Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribusiness Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribusiness sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru berumur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribusiness mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986. Pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribusiness adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode. Alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi Agribusiness sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi. Dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribusiness. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah, dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Isiratnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribusiness saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan 2 skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi ko-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness. Pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6 dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan Agribusiness. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atang Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini, yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami, sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Uswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Uswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Summer School is officially opened.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
Eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. you're screaming out, but you can't make a sound, you know it's only a dream. When your back hits the ground and things turn around, you know it was only a dream. 'Cause nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Oh, 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 oh. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. Oh, 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 oh. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. When the roof caves in and you just can't win, you know it'll only get better, only get better. When you fall too far, don't go back to the start, you know it'll only get better, only get better. Nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Oh, 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 oh. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. Oh, 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 oh. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. And you know my love can hold you down. You know my love can hold you down. Oh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, let's say thanks to our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world and the universe who has been giving us His blessings and mercy, so that we can gather in this place without something wrong happen. Amin. Secondly, may peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from darkness into brightness. Hello everyone, good morning. How are you today? I hope always healthy. Okay, thank you for joining on the second day of summer school on tropical agribusiness. Hope you are more enthusiastic about participating in the agenda this morning. To start the summer school on tropical agribusiness today, let's start the agenda by saying Bismillah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, for the next agenda, there is some information about terms and reference. Terms and reference participant. Please enter the summer school program by renaming yourself and your institution with format institution name underscore full name with capital, yeah? And all participants are requested to turn on the video from the opening until the close session. And when the speaker conveys the material, the microphone in the Zoom application should be deactive or mute and fully controlled by the host and co-host. And during the program, participants do not share any files in Zoom application or set screen. At the question and answer Q&A session, if you would like to ask a question, please use the raise hand feature in the Zoom application and you can ask the question after moderator allow it. And all participants are expected to participate in summer school program in an orderly manner until it is finished. And last, if you have any network error, you can participate through YouTube Prodi Agribusiness UMY. And the rundown is the same as yesterday, but our moderator this time is different from yesterday. This time, our moderator is a new agribusiness student class of 2024 from Sierra Leone, West Africa. Okay, let's welcome Muhammad K. Samura. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum everyone. First of all, I want to thank the University of Muhammadiyah to Jakarta, and I also want to thank the Department of Agriculture and the Faculty of Agribusiness. Once again, I am Muhammad K. Samwa from Sierra Leone, West Africa. Today, I am very much delighted, to be part of this program in Summer School 2024. I want to welcome you all again for the second day of the program, for the summer school. Today, we are discussing on the topic of tropical agribusiness. We'll be discussing on 4 topics. The first topic that we'll be talking on is benefit of microbeans for agricultural applications, and also the 6th industrialization in agriculture in rural development leading from Japan and Indonesia. This is 2 countries that is very much important. And also we'll be talking on promoting food systems and food resilience, why and how that will be done. And the last topic is environmental impact in farmers' awareness in irrigation and rainfall, rice farming, and suitable agriculture. First, we'll be talking on the first topic. The first topic here is microbeans in for agricultural application, that which will be done by Professor Dr. Non Afis. Professor Non Asif, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm here. You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, okay. Welcome, Professor. First, let me introduce you to the audience. Professor Non Afis is a lecturer at the University of Lesotho. Yeah, Lesotho.
Sultan Zainal Abidin.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, it's somehow difficult. She's a lecturer from the University of Sitoso, Abiza, huh?
Zainal Abidin.
Okay, Zaina Abize. Yeah,
Abid.
Yeah, so I want to know what is your take on this topic of benefit of microbeans for agricultural application.
You pass to me now?
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hmm.
Hi everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Like,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning.
yeah, Alaikum salam.
How are you today?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, my topic today is I share this. Yes, no? Oh, you disable my sharing. Can you?
Yeah, doctor, you have 15 minutes.
I cannot sharing my slide.
So you want to share his slide.
Yeah.
Mas. Okay.
Now, okay. They said the host disable. Still sleepy in the morning. So can you participate with me? Can you open slido.com? Slido.com. Everyone?
Okay.
Open slido.com and key in the number 2567715. Can you key in the number? And you can answer the question. I'll give you maybe 3 minutes to answer. Already answered? Slido.com. One five. Okay. Now start. Participants start answering. Okay, what do you think about microbes? Okay, some say fungi, micro, small, tiny living organisms,
Yeah.
bacteria, pathogen. Okay, some of them. The larger one is the more statistical answer. Okay, so I show you what is microbe. Okay, what is microbe? Okay, microbiology is the study of living things too small, things too small to be seen without manipulation. So without microscope, we can't see that. This is the microbiology. And then the microorganism is the microscopic organism. That's means the small thing. Commonly called germs, virus, or agents. Okay, I can introduce a little bit about microbe. Okay, microbe include a virus, bacteria, protista include a protozoa, fungi, or algae. Okay, for bacteria, maybe you familiar with Bacillus, E. coli, and you can see from advertisement like Dettol. You can the Dettol say you can kill 99.9% bacteria, E. coli, Salmonella, something like that, the famous one. Archaea, maybe it's not very familiar to you if you're not a microbiologist. The example is methanogens. Fungi, a fungi is very useful for fermentation, like yeast and mushroom. But mushroom like shiitake, enoki, what else? It's not include under microorganism because it's a macro fungi. Okay, the other one is protozoa like amoeba.
Yes. Sorry, doctor, your camera is off.
Camera?
Yeah, the camera is off. Please turn on the camera.
It's okay, you can see my slide first.
Yeah.
Okay. Then algae like green algae, brown algae, red algae. Some algae we can eat. And then a virus, the most recently is COVID-19, right? Everybody know that. Okay, how small the microbe? Why the name is microbe? Okay, how small? Okay, so microbe is about more smaller than 100 micrometer. Some bacteria is about 1 to 10 micrometer. The virus is smaller, it's about 100 nanometer. It's a very small, you can see with naked eye. So, these are fun facts about microbe. Even in our hand, in our hand, we can see more, the number of micro is more than the people in the planet. That's about billion microbes in our hands. And microbe is already here in our earth. It's 3-5 billion years old already in our world. And our bodies contain 100 trillion microbes. Too many. And of course, microbe is not all microbe is bad. We are not all bad. So some microbes are good, very good bacteria, and some microbes are bacteria. So this bacteria can cause the disease. So I want to, once again, can you go to slider.com and enter 386966? Can you join me? Okay. 386966. Because it's too early in Jogja. It's about 7:30, 7:40 right there. It's too early for you all. In Malaysia is quite okay. It's now breakfast time, 8:30. Okay. Can you answer that? What the can you answer the next? What are the foods? Very good. What food are made using microbes? Okay, some answer yogurt, cheese, chocolate, fermentation product. Maybe you can see soy sauce. Anyone can answer it? Soy sauce. Any else? Anything else? Okay, I can stop then. Can go to my slide. Okay, Why is microbe very important? Okay, you can see because I want to, before we go to agriculture application, we go the most important in our life is the food. So many microbe involved in our food. We eat many microbe. Everyone you drink a Yakult, Vitagen, any Nutrigen. It's all about microbes. We can see the tempeh, maybe Indonesian like tempeh. This is a soybean fermented with aspergillus. For beverage like sake, wine is fermented with yeast or aspergillus. Some, it's Carlsberg. Carlsberg is also named by the name of the microbe, Saccharomyces carsbergensis. And some vinegar also fermented with Azotobacter or Gluconobacter. So microbe is very important in our life. Next, I go how microbe can use in agriculture. So maybe bacteria and fungi, they can produce secondary metabolites. Then they can act as a biocontrol agent or biodecomposer of plant growth promoting, even fungi or bacteria. And through this, we can go towards a sustainable agriculture. You can reduce the use of chemical fertilizer or chemical pesticide. Why we need to use these bio products? Because the excessive usage of synthetic fertilizer or chemical pesticide, chemical pesticide, the excessive usage can pollute the soil and then increase the acidity of the soil, and then destruction of soil by the sea. Because if the soil is too acidic and many plants cannot grow, it's not too good. The soil is not infertile for grow the plants, and many the soil by the sea like helminths, fungi, good fungi can it's not suitable for them to grow there. So, and one more is about food waste. Maybe food waste, landfill is used a lot of space for food waste or waste, and become a leachate for mismanaged landfills and pollute the soil. So microbe can help. Like I said before, microbes can act as a biodecomposer. So this is one of my study in UNISA about microbe helps in plant growth and biodecomposer and act as a biological control. So if we use a microbe, we can reduce the usage of synthetic fertilizer and can stable the soil pH. If we use the microbe as a biodecomposer, of course, we can reduce the greenhouse gases and land pollution, and we can toward to start sustainable agriculture. And for of course, we use microbe as biological control, we can get the healthy plants, healthy soil. Okay, these are my one of example microbe that use in as for agriculture applications. First is Trichoderma species is my example, and this is my study, my research study in UNISA. My main study, Trichoderma species. Trichoderma is a fungi. It's a mold fungi. It's get a mycelia and green color, green conidia pigment, and rapid growth. It's a non-pathogenic fungi, also found familiar, found in soil and as in association with plants. So this fungi produce a lot of secondary metabolites and produce small organic molecules. And from this study, I found that this is a trichoderma, and one of my study also is about bacteria. First is that can use as biofertilizer. Why the bacteria of fungi can use as a biofertilizer? Because the bacteria of fungi can fix the nitrogens from environment or from the soil, so the plant can uptake directly because the nitrogen is already fixed. And also the microbe can solubilize the phosphate and potassium, and also easier for plant to uptake it. Okay, this one another example.
Doctor, sorry, you have more 5 minutes.
Another example for agriculture biofertilizer from microbe is penicillin is rod-shaped cells for forming bacteria. Okay, this you can see we apply the penibacillus, the control and the plant with penibacillus is quite good and it increase the plant growth performance. Okay, for the biodecomposer, micro always use for compost the empty fruit bunch because Indonesia and Malaysia is quite large scale production of palm oil. And for plant growth promoter, trichoderma can produce more auxin that can help plant to grow. So this is a trichoderma. Okay. Why a trichoderma can act as biocomposer? Because they have many good degradation enzymes. Okay, we can see if the application of different trichoderma and consortium, there are different root mass and different number of leaves. Plant head also different. It increase the plant growth. You can see here the different application of different trichoderma. It also can increase the pH and alkaline the soil pH. Okay, these are one of statement from Brazil. Because before this, Brazil is called agritoxin because it use about 720,000 metric tons of chemical pesticide. Because Brazil is the world's biggest exporter of soy, corn, and cotton. Now they replace the chemical pesticide with microbes. They say thank you to natural pesticide. Thanks to the microorganism we apply to the crop. It's a lot more resistant to pests and disease. So the approach is good for health and environment. His production costs have fallen by 61% and the soil yield have risen about 13%. It's very good good facts and figure for this application. Okay. I want to one more quiz.
Okay, doctor.
Can I one more quiz for my presentation, for my talk? The number is 108. Can you see that? Ah, 1083428. The answer, the quiz. Everyone can join. 1803428. You can answer the question. Okay. This can you open the quiz? Anybody can answer me? Oh, can I open? No, but it's okay. It's okay. We still have time. Your name, my moderator. Can I have your name?
Yeah, Samura.
Okay, I think that all for my time is up.
Yeah, and please turn on your camera. So it's time for photo session to take a photo of you. And then we'll have another time for questions.
Okay. Can we
Okay.
have question?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Photo. Mask. Photo. Okay. Okay. Please wait.
you can also ask in the chat box. How long for Q&A session?
One, two, three. Okay. One, two, three. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, doctor. Now it's time for us for questions. First, I want to ask, what is your own take in microbusiness in the field of agriculture and how important it is? And yeah,
What? How? Can
I want to ask, how important is microbeans?
micro?
And yes, how important is microbeans? And in the field of agriculture?
I think nowadays we must the farmers start to use the microbes in agriculture because we can see the statistic from Brazil, like from I shared before, they can reduce the 76% of chemical pesticide by replace by the microbe, by replace the chemical uh, with microbes. So very important, and it's environmental friendly because nowadays we eat a lot of plant-based food, right? For example, especially a raw food like salad. This is very important to wash it properly because it's a lot of pesticide chemical pesticide and can cause a cancer and many disease, cancer and a lot of chemicals. So it's time now we must replace the chemical pesticide with other safe or a safe pesticide with a this is a bio microbe based product. It's time now. The microbe can help uh, the plants better than a chemical pesticide. Okay, that's all. Oh, we have question in how
Okay.
can we
So how can we use the benefit of soil of microbeans in control replace?
okay answer maybe the almost the same with your question, but
Okay.
of course the beneficial soil microbe how can be use of it because the soil the what is it, the beneficial soil microbes why it is very good because it can fix the nitrogens, solubilize the phosphate, potassium. So it's it can enhance the soil fertility. We can use the chemical fertilizer, but we can optimize the chemical fertilizer because the microbe can right right can fix the nitrogen and solubilize all the mineral or the nutrient in the chemical fertilizer. Okay, what are the challenges in adopting microbes in agriculture?
Adoption. Yeah.
I think the farmer itself, we, I think as me, as academicians and educators, first we need to educate the farmers the importance of sustainable agriculture. Educate the farmers. The first challenges is the farmer itself. How to change mind from from the chemical fertilizer usage to other new things and it's a natural things. Okay, that's all. Any question?
Yeah, also, and I want to ask also.
Hmm?
So, what is your last takes and to world leaders, especially to the agricultural sectors and farmers, your last word and your encouraging statement, for using these microbeans?
Okay, maybe most of you are agribusiness. Uh, maybe most of you is agribusiness field, right? So my last word is first you must you yourself must educate with the the practice of sustainable agriculture. Start now the sustainable agriculture. It's become because we must eat the safe food, not the chemical food, not the dangerous food. We must eat the safe food. So we
Yeah.
must start practice sustainable agriculture. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, doctor, for being with us. Really enjoy and we have a very good time. And this is a very interesting topic. We'll make sure that all students of agribusiness and farmers, have learned a lot from you today. It's very good. Thank you very much, doctor.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, any question? Hello, doctor? I think he's not on the line. I think he's not here. I think he's not on the. He's not responding. Okay. Yeah. Please do not forget that you have your assignment on Google Class. Please try to do your assignment and also want us to discuss on the previous topic that we have already discussed on. So, like, what is my own take? I think it's a very good topic, and the doctor have done a lot for us, explaining us what is in own takes in terms of macro in the field of agriculture. I think it's very much important for all of us as students, especially for my country, Sierra Leone, specifically Africa. For me, I've learned a lot today because the idea of the short knowledge we don't have, and I will go home and implement and tell them that micro is very much important in the field of agriculture. Because for us, our own idea is that micro are harmful substances that are not good for agriculture. So, but now today I've learned that it's very good for agriculture, and I hope you all have understand and learned a lot today as students. So, any question about me? If you want to ask, please raise your hand or send in your question. If you want to ask, just raise your hands up. Hello, Mr. Moderator. How is South Africa is like Indonesia? Uh, Actually, when you talk about Indonesia and Africa is also the same of the weather climate, and also we share some food in common. The only problem there is only the language barrier, but actually it's actually good. Yeah, Indonesia and Africa, it's similar, but just because of hardship in Africa, there is a lot of hardship, and the educational system is different. I think I have many experiences and differences between my country, between Africa and Indonesia. Uh, like Indonesia, for me, I know that I learned that things are not expensive. And what about in Africa? Things are very life in Africa is very difficult. The educational system is not the same. And one thing I like about Indonesia, uh, 90% of the population are friendly, accommodating. Although in life we have some people that is even in Africa we have those type of people who are racist, but that is not a problem for me because at least I have the majority. Yeah, thank you. So how the agriculture? Okay, the agriculture is the agriculture system. The problem we have, we have problem in agriculture in Africa, which is the technicality, the technical know-how, the knowledge in handling the agricultural sectors. Which are actually, 90% of the population are not rely on agriculture, which we all know that agriculture is the backbone of any country to be developed. We need to strengthen the agricultural sectors, and that is the problem we have because people are not learning how to improve the agricultural sectors. But only thing people are going out for is management, banking and finance, accounting and finance. They all think that agriculture is for the illiterate. So you see, before I went to the senior high school, after I've graduated from the senior high school, my aim is to work as the bank manager, to be a minister, to be a honorable. ambassador, few of the population is thinking to go back to the agricultural sector because they think agriculture is for the less privileged. Yeah. So any other question? So I think that's why I'm here, in order to boost to learn having a lot of knowledge from Indonesia because I know that Indonesia is among the G20 countries, one of the powerful countries, and the agricultural sector is very good. And I hope and pray that I will have more knowledge and experience for going back home in 2028. What is it? Uh, yeah, some of my opinion about the summer school, I think it's very good. One, it helped us, it helped us to finish our educational curriculum and also, help us to learn a lot before the reopening of the new academic year. Because if we learned, we go to the summer school, we learned a lot. And when the new academic year resume, I think it will be like a revision for us in going to classes. Yeah, that's my own opinion. And now we hope and pray that the university will continue providing short opportunity for students, not only for students of UMW, but students all around Indonesia who are willing to, to be part of the summer school, especially in terms of the agri business, because I think for Indonesia, people have learned a lot that agricultural sector is very good, and we need to strengthen this. For them, even when I look at the agricultural sectors in Indonesia, I asked questions to some people to see if they have not yet reached the peak of which they are aiming at. I was like, wow, if my country, Africa, reach this peak, I think we're almost be a better country. Yet still, they provide a lot of food, but yet they say they have not yet reached the peak in their agricultural sectors. So for me, the summer school is very good for we, the students. I was very, very, I was not opportune, to be part of you guys, during the summer school. But the next academic year, I will be, I will be with you for sure. That's for sure because I want to learn a lot before going back in 2028. Maybe I will take some of you guys in Africa, to learn more. I, so if you want to go with me, can you please say hi or hello so that I know that you go with me in Africa? Who want to go with me in Africa in 2028 so that you will learn more and have more experiences?
Hi. I want to go with you.
Okay, you want to go with me? No problem. I will take you to Africa and you will learn a lot. So please do not forget, to submit your assignment to Google Class. Please, 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 please. Okay. Okay, thank you all. We'll next on the next topic. So whilst waiting for the next speaker, we will show a video about UMOA Agribusiness. Please be patient and be with us. Thank you.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia.
Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. We will live a life, we will live a life, live a life, we will live a life in the fast lane. We will live a life, we will live a life, live a life, we will live a life in the fast lane.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity.
jawab-jawab. Aku chat pun juga slow respon banget. Makasih ya Bang Dane, maaf gak.
Okay, welcome again. But we're now going to now talking on the next topic. Please, for just a reminder, we have 15 minutes for materials, and we have 15 minutes for materials, and we have only a seconds for taking photo. And sometimes we ask you all for put on your cameras. And for this second topic, we'll be discussing on the 16th industrialization in agricultural from rural development leading from Japan and Indonesia. I think this is a very good topic that we'll be discussing on because we'll be talking about two countries. I think these are they are two good countries to discuss, and this will be done by Dr. Rixina Jewita, PhD. Doctor, are you with us?
That's it. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah. Okay, welcome.
All right, maybe I will share my slides first.
Okay. Well, first, can you please wait? Let me introduce you.
Okay.
Okay. It's Dr. Jowita is a lecturer. Is a lecturer of agribusiness in the University of Queensland. Yeah, Queensland.
Oh.
So, Christina Jowita. Okay. Welcome, doctor. The floor is
Thank
yours.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will share my slides first.
Okay.
Okay, I cannot share the slides. Can you open the privacy settings, please? I cannot share my slides. Can the administration open the privacy settings?
Can you please open the privacy settings? Okay, please wait. Can you please wait?
I think it's available now.
Okay now?
I think it's good to go. Hang on a second. The slideshow. Okay, can everyone see it clearly right now? Maybe I'll drop it. Okay. Or maybe because I'm the co-host. Can everyone see it clearly right now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's start. I think it's now 8:45. Still 2 minutes early from the schedules, but because everyone's here, I think I will just start today's lecture. Good
Yeah.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for the summer school on tropical agribusiness in University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. My name is Rizky Najwita, but people sometimes call me Kiki. I'm currently an assistant professor at the Laboratory of Food and Agricultural Education, Department of International Food and Agricultural Science, Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. I'm actually was just been in Yogyakarta until 2 days ago, and I was in Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta as well, attending Icon Art. So it's been a pleasure for me to attend the summer school and I can share my research in both Indonesia and Japan. So today's topic gonna be 6 industrialization in agribusiness and rural development learning from Japan and Indonesia. So let me introduce myself. I'm actually Indonesian, but has been living in Tokyo for almost, I think this is going to be my 16th year in Japan. I'm from Bogor, and where I am right now, actually, I just went back home to my hometown, to my family's house, to meet my parents last night. So I'm currently in Bogor. So how did I come to Japan? It's let's talk a little bit in my background. So I was born and raised in Bogor, but I spent my high school 1 year in the United States before coming back to Bogor and then continue my study in Japan. So I went to Japan on 2000 in 2009 for undergraduate studies. So I was at first get into IPB University in Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, and then receiving scholarship from U2U scholarship program between IPB University and Tokyo University of Agriculture. So I moved to Japan in 2009 and entering the Department of International Biobusiness Studies. And long story short, I went straight from undergraduate to PhD and earned my PhD in 2019 from the Department of Agribusiness Management. I've been working in several sectors. I've worked as an Indonesian language instructor, and I also was an interpreter for Japanese, English, and Indonesian for the Indonesian Embassy. And I worked for the postdoctoral research. And before, in 2022, entering the Department of Food and Agricultural Science, where I'm currently right now as an assistant professor. Oh, you can see this is my little daughter, and actually she's now in Tokyo with her dad because I'm just in Indonesia for this trip. So the today's topics we will talk about four issues, talking about the agribusiness and rural developments, and I will introduce you because the case is learning from Indonesia and Japan. But since I've been 15 years in Japan, maybe I will explain first how the condition in Japan. So this is the generally we're gonna talk about the agricultural resources in Japan and how the Japan government expanding the sixth industrialization in their agriculture, and then how the utilization of local resources can be useful for the rural development. And the last, I will introduce you to my research that have been going on for the past 13 years, the spices industry's development in rural Indonesia. So before we go further, let me ask you. Maybe you can give me the answers in chat column and everything. What kind of Japanese cultural commodities do you know? So maybe some of you know that Japan produce a very high quality and best varieties of rice, which is one of the name is koshihikari. And then Japan also produce matcha or green tea, and Japan also produce strawberry. So there are many of the Japanese products currently. If you're currently in Indonesia, uh, you will see how many of Japanese product has been expanding and then also emerging into different countries, especially in Southeast Asia. And when talking about Japanese products, we will know that they have they have many different characteristics, which is let's see if you see the Japanese products, what impression do you have when you see them? This is the matcha, one of the famous brand for green tea, the unsweetened product. And then this is the middle one is Japanese sake or Japanese alcohol. And then the last one is the Japanese sweets or it's maybe snacks. So when seeing these three of the Japanese products comparing to the previous slides, where we know that this is the fresh raw materials from rice, tea, and strawberries, it's really fresh, right? You can see how fresh the product is when it's so fresh. But when you see as the processed product, you can also how the neat of the packaging and everything. So in my mind, and I think everyone agreed with me, when you see the Japanese product in supermarket, I mean the closest one in Indonesia currently we have Ion around Jakarta, BSD, and also in Bogor in Sentul. The neat packaging is always impression for me. Look how they really manage the details on, even if you see this left matcha green tea powder, the pouch bag is can be sealed. And then once you open, it can also be closed again. So the neat packaging is the very first impression you will get when you see the Japanese products. And then the next one is high quality, how the clearness of the each product is managed and produced to meet the highest standard of each product's qualities. And then the last one looks expensive. When the packaging like this, and you imagine you receiving the presents or souvenirs from the Japanese people, you will see, oh wow, this is how neat the packaging, and it looks expensive. Wow, and actually it doesn't really that much. So this is a package of this is 2,000 yen, which is if we simply currently for the currency of 2,100 yen, 100 rupiah per yen is around 200,000 rupiah. But the packaging itself, even though it doesn't really expensive, it is give the image that it's expensive. So can you hear my voice, Bess? Is it okay? All right. Okay. So, okay. So when we're talking about the Japanese agriculture, the first time that I learned about the Japanese agriculture was back in my student years in 2010. So that time, as the student of Tokyo University of Agriculture, I have to be in the field. I have to practice really on the field. So sometimes I don't say it's all, but sometimes when you get into the agriculture university, unless you're in the faculty of agriculture or unless you're in the faculty of a technical agriculture, or let's say the maybe the basic science, you won't go to the field. But in our campus in Tokyo University of Agriculture, no matter what your field and what your department, you have to be in the field. So back then in 2010, I was taking the Japanese field agriculture. It's a new compulsory course in Niigata. It was very cool because it was during the winter time. And at that time, we harvest the organic winter radish. And what I feel from the Japanese agriculture field practice at that time was this was so tiring. I spent whole day just to harvest up a full truck of Japanese winter radish like this. So what I got to do was digging all the snow and then digging all the soils until I got the daikon. They call it the daikon. But then when I sell it at fresh, the price was only 170 yen per piece, which is like comparing to the effort and the hard work that we did in the field from 7 a.m. in the morning and to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. I think it was not worth it because the price is so cheap. But then there's some of the products, some of the fresh harvested radish that was broken, and then the high quality of Japanese products made it's to be unsold. So I was questioning the farmers and also one of my professor, how do they manage? So it's not gonna be a waste. So they made the bottom one is the dried daikon. For the fresh products that doesn't look really fresh or even have slightly scratch in the body of the vegetables, they turn into the dried daikon. And then the price is actually even upper than when you sell into the fresh one. So it was 300 yen per 50 grams. So if you calculate, it's quite 20 times. And that was for the first time I learned in Japanese agriculture how they conduct so many diversification and processing to get the added value, so none of their products become the waste. So from then, I learned about if we see through how the characteristic of agriculture production in Japan. Currently, the small size of land is the general condition of the Japanese agriculture. So around 50% of the land are used for agriculture in the whole Japan, unless you are in Hokkaido, where it's actually open for the mass production during the Meiji Restoration. The basic characteristic of the Japanese farmers are actually owning a small size of land, especially if you're in a big city around Kanto region, such as Tokyo, Yokohama, and Chiba, comparing to those areas in Nagano or in Hokkaido, the size of land in Japanese agriculture is quite small. But with the current condition, it used really the high degree of introduction of high technology. So even small farmers in the edge of the Japanese Sea of Japan in the west coast, they already use drone. They already use smart agriculture. They use the benefits of IoT to manage their land. And there are the comprehensive support of farming by the government themselves. Many products, maybe some of you have ever heard about the JA, Japanese agriculture, then that's where the Japanese government supporting the farmers through the JS systems. But are the Japanese agriculture system doesn't face any problems? No, they do face a lot of problems. The very current critical condition that they face is the aging of farmers. Well, it's been on the news all year, I think for the past 3 to 5 years, that there are the aging communities or aging of farmers in Japanese agriculture. And that really affects the production because they have faced the agriculture worker shortage. And then, because of these issues, many of the Japanese farmers, I think the current data say that the average age of the Japanese farmers are already crossed more than 60 years old. So, regardless the use, no matter how much they use the high technology in the fields, still in agriculture, there's many of the workloads cannot be done without the handwork. That's why the use of the agricultural worker are very big, and that's when they invite many of the workers from the Southeast Asia to fulfill the gap in filling the worker needs. And then the last one, Japanese system and agriculture has been trying to what should I say, fulfill the SDGs target, and then they reduce the use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. So and they have been introducing very much about the implementation of organic agriculture. So when we talk about the agricultural resources in Japan, one of the results from the Norinchukin Research Institute or the Japanese Center for Agricultural Research Institute in 2017, the stories or the values behind the Japanese high value added products, there are three: efficiency, sustainability, and high quality. So when we talk about agribusiness of Japanese agriculture, whenever I ask and meeting many of the Japanese companies and ask them, okay, what are the three principles or ideas or wisdom that I have to fulfill in order for me to export into the Japanese market? They always mention three things, or I say we call it 3S. What is the 3S? Safety, stable, and sustainable, which is in the mean, safety is related to the high quality. The Japanese agriculture products high quality standard start from the safety, whether the products are safe enough to be used and whether the products contain no chemical contamination are included in the included in the products. And then also the stable means efficiency, how they can be stabling the production from the same supply chain, from the same resources of raw materials. So the supply chain or distribution channel will be efficient. And the last one is sustainability, where the Japanese agriculture product doesn't aim only for 1 year, 2 years. It aims for the 50 years. It aims for the 100 years. So if you happen to go to Japan and see the possibilities, you will know that many of the Japanese companies, especially the one that I've shown you before, like the tea, like the sake and miso, shoyu. They've been working and they've been ongoing for so many years. Some of them have actually crossed 100 years. So that's where the sustainability, because the continuation of managing the high quality and efficiency, it turns into the sustainability production. It brings them the high quality of added products because it stimulates through the unstoppable research and development. So back in 2017, the Japanese agriculture system, or the Japanese government, introducing the sixth industrialization in agriculture. What was actually the background condition when it was introduced? So the background condition was for Japan's food agriculture, forestry, and fisheries are under the serious circumstances. We've discussed about that before, such as declining incomes, serious shortage of poor farmers, which is many of the farmers don't have the ancestors, and an aging population. And therefore, if the agriculture stopped, the vitality of rural areas is also declining. So that time, the Japanese agriculture system, or the Japanese government, aims to promote both high level of economic partnership agreements and improvement of the Japanese food self-sufficiency, because we know Japan imported many of the agriculture products from many countries, and revitalization of its agriculture industry and rural communities, and also in order to take measures aimed at fostering sustainable and strong agriculture. So so the sixth industrialization in agriculture was introduced, and this is the basic approach. The first one was the initiatives to rebuild the distinctive features of deliciousness, safety, we talked about that before, environmental friendly, that driven agriculture will be materialized. So in here, through the promotion of sixth industrialization, Japan's agriculture, forestry, fisheries will produce more values and thus be transformed into further growing industries. And then their basic approach was also focusing on their human resources needed for the industrialization, and it should be secured through smooth business successions. And while learning from other countries, I think they learned a lot from the Netherlands, from the United States, from the Germany. The management expertise and techniques of farmers, forest and fishermen, as well as national policy, and they use the high goal that the human resources, even the young generation, are willing to come back to agriculture, come back to the field, and continue the agriculture production. And the government also provide a safety net for those who engage in agriculture. So actually, many of the Japanese policies really encourage young generation to be farmers. There are many systems like U-turn, I-turn, S-turn. I think that was some of the policies to encourage young farmers. Although either way, you are already successors of the agriculture production, into back to your home family and become the farmers yourself, or inviting those who are never related to agriculture through technical trainings, so they are interested into joining the agriculture. So what is actually the sixth industrialization in Japanese agriculture? The basic mindset of the sixth industrialization in Japanese agriculture is actually turning agriculture, forestry, fisheries into value-added industry by integrating, among others, the processing or retailing function with them. So we know three industries already. First is the production. Second is the processing. And third is the distribution. But if we see the case of Indonesia, actually the distribution channel was quite separated each places. So we can see the production are conducted in farmer, and the processing is conducted into another processors. But there are also many of middlemen in between the farmers and also the processors, and even the end market, which is they play role as the distribution channel. So this is we can see this as the three separate different patterns of the industry itself. But the sixth industrialization concept is actually combining both, integrating both the first, second, and third industry into, if you press added each into the six industries. In other words, that farmers can conduct whole processing systems, whole the production system until distributing into the end product. So farmers don't only sell raw materials, they also process themselves into high or more added value products. And then they also manage to directly sell into the market through B2B or B2C system. This is how the six industrialization concept are actually penetrate and also are actually push into each farmer in the Japanese agriculture. So, what was the utilization of local resources for the rural development was used under the seven strategies for the revitalization of agriculture. First, the target before the farmers can be actually implementing the six industrialization was enhancing competitiveness and soundness, which is realizing sustainable and robust agriculture, and then enhancing competitiveness and soundness, which is this is where the sixth industrialization was introduced, and then the transformation from the first industry, which is only the raw material production, into the growing industries and a more efficient distribution system, and promoting the utilization of resources in rural areas for energy production. So many of the Japanese agriculture system already managed to process their waste into energy production. And in forest and forestry, you can see they have the goal of 50% wood as self-sufficiency, and there is also for the fisheries. And Japan faced many of the disasters, which is one of them was quite recently happened around last week. So they also constructing earthquake resistant infrastructures, not only for the daily life like in the big city, but also it also used for the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. And lastly, was taking effective countermeasures against the nuclear disasters. So, without further ado, to make it this lecture and then to make it our talks become more comprehensive, let's see the real sample of the study cases that I've been conducting in Japan. In 2023, in our university, we hold the CIEP, or Comprehensive International Education Program, where we invited many of the international students from across the world, which actually some of them are the sister universities of our campus. They come to Japan, and then we went to Ishikawa Prefecture, which is currently registered as the World Agriculture Heritage site in Japan. We met one of the companies called Mikono Sato. They are very famous for the local branding project named Mikonohara. What are actually they're doing? In this area was famous for the aging population. Sorry for the bicycle distraction. So what are they actually doing? They are facing many severe problems of aging population. I think the last time we went there, the average age of the farmers almost reached 70 years old. So the Mikono Sato company are actually the young generation who was raised and born in Ishikawa. And then what they do was they try to turn the production of rice. It's famous for the Ishikawa koshihikari. By managing the land. So for farmers in aging society that they cannot manage their land anymore, they try to gather everyone in community. So they call it the rice Mikonohara rice production. So the company helping the farmers to manage their land, and then the end products of the rice supplied to the company. So it's a direct supply system, which is if in other words the company has the budget, it's their land, but they connected and they all collaborate with the local farmers due to the aging population, that they are the one who manage the lands, and the rice produced in that area are processed into several products, which is there are many sake, and they're also producing some kind of vinegar, and they also produce some of the snacks. But comparing to when the farmers produce themselves, this is a very high quality. And they use the Mikono Hara brand to promote how the processing system are actually made through the collaboration from the young generation's company with the aging farmers. So from the Mikono Hara local branding project, we see one key point, which is the community development. So in terms of producers, we can see there are individuals, which is in this case, the company can be seen as an individual producer, but it also relies to many families members, which is the aging population farmers. They have to feed themselves. So what their aim of their system, the first target of their system was first thing first, feed yourself first. They want to make sure that these aging population farmers can be still alive from their own land. So it's feeding yourself. And then after feeding yourself, then you can start to think of increasing your income. So if that's stable, what are next is gonna be development of new potential, and where that okay, and then where the consumer are take place. So they manage to play to sell between B2B and B2C. Then when they develop new potential, it means it requires new workers, new human resources. So there where they build the community through job opportunities. So many of the young generation who are actually born in that area were then proposed and asked, do you have interest into joining our company, or at least collaboration? So from there, the contribution to the society from collaborating with local people that now has been recognized by the government, at least for the local government, and where the Mikonohara local branding project has been taken care by the government as the government project, where they receive many of the government support and the central policies. So the next one I will show you about Japan is the JA Noto Wakaba. They have one of the famous vegetables named Nakajima vegetables like this. You can see the pictures in the slides. So the Nakajima projects was actually introduced by the JN Noto Wakaba because this is a quite endemic vegetables in that area. But only those live and actually raised and maybe are actually raised, born and live in that area know these vegetables. But these vegetables can be substitute for the drink, for the beverage. So what they do, they use the Nakajima, which is the name of the vegetables, Nakajimana, into the local branding project through the 6 industrialization in rural areas. First, the value of the 6 industrialization, it starts from the money and products. Whether the society or the community has the products, then everything can turn into the money. Then by utilizing the connection between each other, where we start from the local people, it can create the more value. Then it builds. It's the research by the Puroya how the 6 industrialization in rural areas actually develop. When the value has been developed well enough, then it can bring the community business. So the community value chain cycle is concerning into these 5 items. which maybe some of you have been familiar of how the international market demanding food security, food safety, traceability, intellectual property, and brand production. So the aim system of the sixth industrialization system is make sure first you have the products, then it can turn into the money. And then just by adding the connection, you can add the value and it become the community business. If that three S, safety, stable, which is safety relates to food safety. Stable means food sustainability and also food security, and also sustainability relies on all. Then the traceability, intellectual property, and brand production are the end product that can be reached to develop the community business. So last one to introduce about Japan. Currently, our laboratory has been conducting research in Shodoshima Island. You know that olive production are actually more conducted in Europe, such as Italy, I think Spain, and some of the Netherlands area are also producing olive. But in Japan, only in this area was famous for the olive production. So it was started in 1980, 1908, where the 1908 year. So they started experimenting the domestic olives. So, but it was no success at first. They tried to spread in many areas of Kagawa, Mie, and Kagoshima. But right now, only in Shodoshima Island, which is you can see maybe the easiest way if you see the slides here. Hang on, I'll show you the maybe here. Sorry. It's in the Kansai area. You know the Kansai airport near the Osaka. So the Shodoshima Island is in this area. So in Shodoshima Island, you can see the E1. The olive production are actually make by the traditional way. So the climate is what makes Shodoshima ideal for olives. And the island boasts the pleasant combination of low rainfall, consistent sunshine because a remote island, and also high quality air owing from the Seto Inland Sea. So it's close to the Mediterranean weather. So the farmers is producing olive here is a very high quality products. It's a small island, or we call it remote and outer island, but they can produce the most expensive olive from whole Japan. Even though comparing to in Japan, the olive oil produced from the raw materials coming from Italy or Spain costs around 5,000 yen per bottle, or let's say it's around 500,000 rupiah per bottle. But the one that produced here, which is using the original olive from Shodoshima Island, it costs around 20,000 rupiah, 20,000 yen, which is 4 times higher. Why? Because it's a very technical and it's a very specified characteristic of taste, only produced in Shodoshima. But when we talk about the Shodoshima olive, it's not only about the olive. You can see here many of the diversification of the product. There are the pasta paste, there are the olive oil. They even make the olive someng, which is in Shodoshima Island, is famous for the someng, one of the varieties of ramen. Maybe some of you like to eat ramen. So this is the someng, is the varieties of ramen, but they put the taste of olive in the product. So it become the olive someng, which is everyone when seeing this, oh, this is from Shodoshima. So the branding project was succeed. So people know that olive is the characteristic of geographical product from the Shodoshima Island. Now, after seeing the whole Japan, isn't the case of Shodoshima familiar with Indonesia? Yes. We're the same archipelago countries. We have so many islands. We have many outer and remote islands, which are very small, but are still undeveloped. So taking into serious consideration of the Shodoshima project, I've been working on Indonesian commodities. We know we'll just go through past because the time is already almost 9:20. We've been go through past of the Indonesian commodities. We know what's famous: palm oil, rubber, black tiger shrimp. But as we all know, we still on the level of exporting the raw materials. And one of the characteristic of Indonesian farmers, Indonesian agriculture, is also the small scale farmers, which in this case is quite similar with Japan. But what's the difference? Maybe the use of high tech machineries and tools in the field. So in that case, to see the Indonesian product, I started my research in 2011. It's also part of my the undergraduate study, which continues until I finish PhD until right now. Indonesia is the endemic place of producing nutmeg. It's indigenous crops from Indonesia, where actually it owns the long history of the Netherlands and also Japan's expansion in Indonesia. So Indonesia also exported nutmeg, currently the number one exporting countries, with the value of more than 89 million US dollars, and also the export quantity reached 10,000 tons per year. So I started conducting the nutmeg production research in Bogor Agency back during my undergraduate study in 2011. In West Java, the cultivation area crossed 4,000 hectares. And that's where I started learning that, nutmeg in Indonesia are actually produced into several different products. Not only there are the farmers who produce the raw materials, but there are also sweets, there are also oil, there are also syrup, there are also juice, which is, I know that from one single nutmeg can bring many of the added value. So I conducted the research in Bogor for I think 2 or 3 years, from 2011 to 2014. And then I know the problems were actually there are the competitive relationship between nutmeg farmers and also sweet producers and oil producers. The reason why it happens is actually there are a high demand of the oil, but there are limited supply of raw materials in Bogor itself. So I conducted the primary research into around 30 local producers. And at the end, we minimize or we focus more on three aspects, which is the farmers themselves, and then the sweets producers as one of the main end products or processed products in Bogor at that time, and also the oil producers, which is in 2012 and 2015 when I conducted the first primary research, was quiet, still low players. Only little numbers of the oil players comparing to what currently right now. So my research confirmed that in this analysis income, we know that the average number of laborers for farmers, they only need one person. But when you produce into sweets, they need 17 an average, because they have to process each of the fruits into the sweets producers. And then for the oil, in the right side, it's become 5%. But then the next one, when we calculate the income, we can see that the farmers only earn 10 million per year, the family income. With the sweet producers, it increased into 131 million. But when we talk about the nutmeg oil, it crossed into the 5 billion. So what's that means? It means 1 kilo nutmeg fruits with complete production. This is the calculation where I calculate the farmers only produce raw materials. They only get 4,000 added value. But when the farmers themselves process into sweets, so it's this the table, the middle one shows nutmeg and sweet producers produce into sweets, they can get twice higher added value. But when the farmers process, plant themselves the raw materials and process into into oil, it reach into 23 times higher of the added value. It means even in small numbers of farmers and less high tech technology in the farmers themselves, when the farmers themselves can do the six industrialization, when they produce from raw materials, processing and distributing themselves, they can increase the added value into this number. So the next one, sorry, I think this is because I cannot move the slides. Okay. So continuing my research, Bogor as the pilot project, I expanded my research into the whole Indonesia. Why? Because currently, it's known that the nutmeg is endemic to Indonesia. We call it how the history of pala cengkeh. For those from Indonesia, may be familiar with that. And there are currently the 12 species of nutmeg, which is spread across the country. So it means not only in Bogor, but also in other areas across Indonesia. So I've been conducting research in four regency or four province mainly. After Bogor Regency, I expanded my research into Southeast Asia Regency for the reason that Regency is the main area for nutmeg oil. And then I continue my research for PhD in Papua Barat or West Papua, specifically in Fakfak Regency. And currently, actually, I will be leaving tomorrow to North Maluku Islands, where the Ternate Tidore located and where the nutmeg are actually located. So just to go fast, so the nutmeg industry, if we see now, we talk already about the six industrialization. Now let's see in the case of spice industry development in rural and Indonesia. Just by taking nutmeg as a study case, I can already know that how this nutmeg industry can spread. It already involved many areas, and also we can see it applies to many different type of plantation area, from the rural areas into the urban areas and even into the natural forest where it's actually located. And in the current condition and problems of the nutmeg cultivation, processing, distribution, and sales, it can be seen by type of end products. It can be used as spices, it can be used as oil, it can be used as food and beverage. And from visiting each of the area, I know that there are three different development patterns in nutmeg industry. There are the government support, which many of you may be familiar with the many of the policies like Bantuan Dana Desa, and also the cooperative, which is the Kelompok Tani or Gapoktan, or those who actually just work by themselves. So from the nutmeg study case, we can see the figure, and it can also be said as the representative of the general agriculture industry in Indonesia, that it applies to many aspects of the each level. And from this research, I already know that just one from single nutmeg in the lab, it can be spread into many processing industries as the end products. So it means how rich and then how potential of one single Indonesian commodity can actually affect and influence many aspects in the society. And then I conducted the research in Fakfak. This is just the pass-through. So maybe because of the time limit, I think we will have the Q&A session. So from the research I conducted in Fakfak Regency, I know that in Fakfak itself, the production reaches into 16,000 hectares. Imagine, only in one area. If this is it is properly managed, we can know that the production can reach into many people. But from the result, I think we will just pass through. I will not pass through all. So from the result of my research in Fakfak Regency, we know that the nutmeg industry in Fakfak Regency is deeply influenced by the local condition and the culture. And if we talk about this, it's not only about nutmeg. We can see the production in many areas in Indonesia, one single agriculture product or agriculture commodity, it's still connected into the local culture. How the wisdom remain the same. It's been conducted years and it's been used from the fresh rainforest, and it deeply connected with the way of life of the farmers themselves. And in case of development of nutmeg industry, the local government has tried to put many support programs, which is it can be different, differentiate by cultivation, processing, and sales. However, there are still many challenges, some difficulties, such as implementation of support program. We can see the support program in cultivation stage has been effectively conducted. There are the placement of extension workers. There are the support of seeds and fertilizers, but only still on that level. But when we talk about the processing and sales stage are still extremely insufficient because there are no technical trainings in the farmers themselves. There are no connection between Department of Trading and Department of Industry with the Department of Agriculture. So the farmers don't know how the actual standard of the products needed by the market. Then the information are lack into push into the local farmers. So in that case, the result of our research was to ensure farmers receive necessary information. This is the basic things we have to do comparing to Japan. In Japan, farmer can process and actually distribute themselves because they have the knowledge. They have the necessary information, which is supported through the assistance of local extension worker. In case of Japan, that's the role of JA, and then providing the place to exchange knowledge between farmers. So the competitiveness is not to be competition between each farmer, but instead how to collaborate and how to communicate each other so they can develop as a whole community. So that the cooperation of between related office not only stay in cultivation stage in just sharing the machinery, but also it intensively expanding the support into the processing and sales stage. How they gather the information, how they make the same or like market, like the distribution market. So every single farmer in one area can sell to that place. And the last one, which is I think it's still a lot of homework in Indonesian agriculture, is setting a legal sales regulation, which is giving the information what is actually the proper quality standard and fair price in sales activities, which not only applies into the farmers, but into the whole sellers level as well. So this is my closing remarks for today. Looking at the six industrialization system in between Japan and Indonesia, first thing first. First of all, what we have to do is to identify the strength of local communities in each area. I think Indonesia has been moving forward, and I believe that we are progressively moving into the better direction, into the good direction, through the system of MPIG. Maybe some of you familiar, Masyarakat Perlindungan Indikasi Geografis, which is we try to identify the potential of each local communities. Then, through the cooperation between related stakeholders, farmers, processors, distributors, and also, of course, the local community, just by the local people, analyze the potential of developing processing industry inside the areas. So there's no long distribution channel where you, for example, in Java, where I also conducted research in Java, in the case of Jamu product, the raw materials in Purworejo, but the processing in Yogyakarta. So that's the long system. And so the long system really inefficient. And the last one into to be able reaching the international market demand, it has to be scientifically proved and high quality products. That is all for me. Maybe some of you curious. I said that I've been in Yogyakarta last week. So actually, we are now conducting the research of jamu into expanding Indonesian jamu into Japanese market. And now currently we are analyzing the sustainable distribution channel from raw materials into the end product, hoping that the not only the processors but jamu or empon-empon, in Java we call it empon-empon, rempah-rempah or spice and herbs farmers can process themselves and sell their end products into the Japanese market, because Japanese market aim for traceability and continuation and sustainability from one supply chain, from raw materials production into end product. So this is my publications as the reference, and this is some of the grants that I have received for my current research, especially in nutmeg from 2011 until now. And I'm open for a Q&A session and discussion. Thank you very much. And I give back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. It was really, really impressive. We learned a lot. For this moment, we want to go to the next stage, which is to take a snapshot of you. Want everyone to put on your camera, because it's now time for take a photo.
Wait a moment. I think I didn't see the photo myself. Okay.
Okay, so we can take a picture of this one. Okay. Now it's now time for question, Doctor. There's a person asking about how Japan agriculture, the reason for inflation by international trade and global market trades.
Okay, maybe I will answer one by one. The first question is, how are Japanese agricultural resources influenced by international trade and global market trends? Production process, not only in technological aspects, but also the sales and distribution researches, which is its social aspects. So they can make sure to sell the end product, which is necessary by the market. So they really follow the global market trends. For example, right now they know with the aging population, not only the production but the consumption of the Japanese products will decline in domestic market. So what they have to do is expanding into international market. So for that case, they are reaching international market through research and development, so they can sell their high quality products into the international market. Let's talk. Let's take one example. Japanese rice. I think many of you have can already find Japanese koshihikari rice in the Indonesian supermarket, which is I think it's quite expensive for comparing to the local varieties. But because people know everything made in Japan is high quality, so they use that branding into sell the high quality products. So in a global market trend or international trade, maybe they don't supply mass production compared to, for example, like China, but they only reach the niche market, but with the high price. So that's how they try to manage and influence. And the Japanese culture has been spread it across the world, and many of the Japanese fame fans are willing to buy. And that's how they manage into expanding their agriculture into the Japanese into the international market. And I hope that answers the questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you. This is another question asking about what is the role that technology played in Japanese agriculture, and how does it important to use it for agricultural reasons?
Okay. The first question is, what role does technology play in Japanese agriculture? It plays everything. We know with the aging population, many of the farmers age 60 or 70. So it's hard for them if it's many machineries and tools are still manual. So the use of technology are developed for the automation of the Japanese machinery and tools. So farmers, even by just using their cell phone, they can fly the drone into spreading the fertilizers. And then also they now actually developing a new robots. Maybe familiar that Japan developed many robots. The currently that I've been conducting research in Nagano is they try to develop robots to harvest grapes. They still have facing many problems because the precision of the machine are not suitable when the trees are blown by the wind. You can never control the wind, right? But their development of smart agriculture, which is AI and also IoT, plays really important role to reduce the workload of the farmers due to the aging population. And how does it impact the use of agricultural resources? It impacts a lot, because when the farmers conducted everything manual, they have limitation of energy, they have limitation of power to actually manage and process the whole products. But with the use of agriculture technology, they make sure that there are no waste. Even after the harvest, the leftover waste can still also be. So if we could see the machinery tools like the tractor and the combiner all together, so that when the land or the soil is being plowed, as it's a plowing machine, it's even the harvest. I think harvest and combiner, so when they harvest for example, the rice, at the same time, it also put the fertilizers, so they don't work twice. Okay. Uh, uh, and then I think that's.
Okay. Uh, this other person is asking about the internal and external challenges and operation of industrializing agribusiness in developing countries like Indonesia.
Well, okay, for the internal and external challenge in Indonesia, maybe for the internal, first thing first, the challenge that will be faced is infrastructure, because we know that still many areas across Indonesia are not accessible with the good highway or roadway. So the less infrastructure areas will be facing hard issues in the effectiveness of system distribution channel. So I think that's the first thing we have to manage. And the second one, actually, the human resources itself. When we are talking about Japan, where the smart agriculture are already
Doctor, we can't get you clearly.
I think I lost the voice. Hang on a second.
Okay, okay. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, yes, hello.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
So when we're talking about the internal one is actually the human resources, because when we're talking about the high technology, it aims the
Doctor, we can't get you clearly.
education first before
I
going
think the
further.
earpiece.
But we know when I conduct, hello.
Yeah, we have an issue. We can't get you clearly. We have think you have issue with the sound.
Test, test. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. I think it was disconnected with the audio. Sorry for that. So for the internal issues, one is the infrastructure. Second is the human resources itself. So for the human resources, if we compare between Japan and Indonesia, the minimum level of the Japanese farmers are basically high school. Okay. But for the in Indonesia, many are still elementary school. So I think that become the gap or how the challenge into the industrialization in Indonesia. And for the external challenge is actually the quality standard, because the international market really demanding the very high quality standard into their markets. So unless we are able to meet the demand with no contamination or meet with no other quality problems, it is very hard to reach the international market. I hope that answers the questions.
Yeah, okay. This is another question. Yeah, it's three in one question. But the first question is asking about the survival of farmers and which inflation is going on in commodities. So the survival of farmers, asking about the survival of farmers, and also asking about changing in price inflations between developing and non and developed countries.
Between, okay, price fluctuation, okay. I think I don't show all the datas here because also time limitation, so we still have spare time for Q&A sessions. But most of my research target or research respondents are small scale farmers. Only some of them already let's say developed farmers, which is graduated from university or high school, but many of them are still, especially the one in Papua. Compare If we compare Bogor, Papua, Aceh, and North Maluku, the one in eastern area are tend to be still in education, elementary education, as their education background. So they don't really. They've been conducting farming for a whole of their lives. As I said, it's close to the local wisdom. It's a very traditional way, so they live and they work as it is, how it was taught by their ancestors for years. So that's many of them still producing raw materials. Only those in Bogor actually, but that already conducted the semi finished products or processing into the nutmeg oil or else. But for the case in Papua and Maluku Utara, which are very spices,
product. So they not only harvesting raw materials, but they also sell processed products, which is spice. But we have to remember that the only process they need to process to make the nutmeg spice is just only by spreading it, drying it in on the street. So I think that's still called as the semi-finished products. And the second questions, how are the condition of farmers who survive fluctuation in agriculture commodity prices? I think those, in my opinion, after conducting 11 years research, I can say much yet because actually this is what I'm currently doing into the calculation analysis. But the only one of the strategy to survive the fluctuations is actually diversification. If they can be able to diversify their products, one single commodity into many of processed products, then it can survive for the fluctuation. For example, if they cannot sell into the nutmeg oil, they can still sell into nutmeg spice, depending on how the trend of the price in the market. That's when, because one of the reason I have the value and the belief it can be conducted is because many of the farmers are actually living in the forest, which is it's their land. So they also conduct intercropping, not only monocropping, which is many of the commodity are there in their land. So if they can manage functional the diversification, it can be one of the strategy. If the fluctuation in prices happen, they can shift and change into the other products. And then the last one is the climate change. I think Indonesia also facing the same, and Japan really faced that. And one of the reason six industrial relations was introduced in Japan through the high tech technology. We've seen through the value of the basic approach is because of the climate change. We cannot change the climate. I mean, we cannot control the climate change. What we can do is making the system so it can be strong enough. It can be the barrier into facing the climate change. So by developing the IoT and the smart agriculture, including the greenhouse, which is the newest technology in Japan, you can control not only the weather and the temperature, but also you can control the humidity. You can even control the acid or pH in one greenhouse. That is one of their strategy into surviving the climate change issues. And that's where I haven't seen much in Indonesian as the developing countries. When we comparing, we don't talk about the high company, sorry, big company business. They may be already that, but comparing small scale farmers in Japan and Indonesia, although it's small scale farmers in Japan, they also already applied the technology into their production and the high tech one. And it's supported by the government policies and government subsidized so that it can be used to develop the technology. I think that's my answers for the last questions.
Okay, also thank you, doctor. But I also want to ask the question: what is your own take and in sustainable agriculture within these two countries?
What is my what?
What is your own take and sustainable agriculture in between Japan and Indonesia?
On take you mean? My own
Huh?
thing? I
Your own
cannot.
take. Yeah, your own take, your own view, your own
Okay,
view.
in my view. Okay, so I think Japan and Indonesia have many common or similarities. We are archipelago. We are same island countries. So I think we can see the development can be seen as an example. Indonesia can be seen as an example. First thing first is managing what is the resources in your local before we are reaching further, before we are reaching too much into the mass production or like mass production of one single crop, in the whole countries, why don't we see to produce what's inside the local commodities? That way, we valued the natural resources, and then the natural weather and the natural climate and condition of the land itself. That way, sustainability can be reached. We talk about the biology of plants. I think many have agreed with me that what's grown in Indonesia is many are the endemic, which is it's originally authentically indigenous to Indonesia. So if we plant it somewhere else, I don't think it can produce the same quality because we're talking about the land, we're talking about the nutrients, we're talking about the internal factors that only exist in that land. So if we can maximize the production of local commodities in the community itself, I think the sustainable can be reached for long term. And we're not just talking about feeding people for 1 to 5, 10 years, but we're talking about feeding the whole generations. I think that's my own take from the Japan and Indonesia study cases.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, in sharing your ideas and your slide with us. We are very much grateful. It was really, really impressive and interesting topic. We learned a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and please enjoy the rest of summer school. I wish everyone can learn as much as I do. I really appreciate the invitation. Thank you for Dr. Cahyo and also from the University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. It's been a pleasure to meet you all. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of your summer school program.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Oh.
Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never ending. We will live the lives, we will live the lives, live the lives, we will live the lives in the fast lane. We will live the lives, we will live the lives, live the lives, we will live the lives in the fast lane. When you're screaming out, but you can't make a sound, you know it's only a dream. When your back hits the ground and things turn around, you know it was only a dream. 'Cause nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Oh, 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 oh. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. Oh, 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 oh.
Thank you all for being with us. We are now going on the third topic of today, which is promoting food system resilience and why and how. This is a very good and interesting topic. This topic will be discussed and presented on for us by Dr. Rixtin Premi. Dr. Rixtin Premani. Doctor, are you with us?
Hello, yes, we're here.
Okay, welcome for the second day for the summer school on the topic of tropical agribusiness. So we want you to discuss with us promoting food system and research when and how. The floor is yours, Doctor.
So, good morning, everyone. I hope you're still in front of your laptop. So, sorry, what's your name again, the moderator?
I am Samura.
Samoa? Yeah, good to see you.
Samura.
Samoa?
Yeah, Samura.
Oh, like a country name, Samoa? Yeah.
No, it's my family name, Samura.
Samura. Samura. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you please give us access to share the screen? Because I think the host needs to give us the access, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. The University of Queensland. Okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So maybe let's see. Slideshow. Okay. Maybe just. So can you see our screen now?
Yeah. Okay, Doctor.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
So, good afternoon. Well, good morning for colleagues in Indonesia. So, I'm Risti Permani, and I'm here with a couple of my colleagues, and I'll introduce you to them later on. So, we're speaking from Gatton, Queensland. So, we're in a bit northern part of Australia. It's a bit rainy now. So, if you have access to the chat box, I'm keen to know where you're located at the moment, because I know from Dr. Zaki, he said that some participants are coming from Malaysia, and I don't know, maybe there are also some from some other countries. So yeah, keen to know where you're located now, if you want to put in the chat box. So what I'm going to talk today is about food system resilience. I and also two of my colleagues here, Pak Kodrat and also Mas Arif, we just came back from Canberra. Canberra is the capital city of Australia, and we attended a conference, and I think this resilience has been one of, we call it like as the big buzzword, but it's always good to define what it means and also why it's important and how we're going to do that. So these two questions, the what, well, actually, we also want to discuss the what, and then why and how we're going to address the food system resilience is the focus of our presentation. So we're going to spend about probably, hopefully, less than 45 minutes to do the presentations so that we have time for the Q&A, because I know it's a very busy day for all the participants. So I thank Dr. Zaki for inviting us from the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And I know that this is your second day during the summer school, so I hope you have productive sessions. So just a little bit about me. I'm originally from Indonesia, but I've been in Australia for almost 20 years now. I'm a senior lecturer in agribusiness at the School of Agriculture and Food Sustainability at the University of Queensland. And as you can see on the slide, I've got quite diverse research areas, but increasingly I work in a transdisciplinary team with colleagues from the nutrition and food science background, and also colleagues from agriculture and agriculture economics and agribusiness. We're looking at all different topics related to the food systems, from policy, value chain development, stakeholder roles, and also the use of technologies. So, okay, so just a little bit to give you illustration where we are located. I've mentioned before we're based in Queensland, a bit northern part of Australia. So if you can see on the slide, there's UQ Gatton. That's where we are located now. It's a regional hub for agribusiness industry in Australia, one of the biggest agribusiness hub in Australia. And University of Queensland, we're one of the top 50 universities in the world. We have 3 main campuses and a number of facilities across Queensland. And we have 6 faculties and 8 research institutes. So I think most participants here are still doing your undergrad, so you might want to consider University of Queensland as your future university destinations. So we have 6 faculties, as I just mentioned. Our School of Agriculture and Food Sustainability is part of the Faculty of Science. We also have Business, Economics and Law, Engineering, Medicine, and HUMS, the Humanities and Social Science, and also Health and Behavioral Science. And we have a number of research institutes, so they're quite independent from the faculties, but they're still under the University of Queensland. And as you can see here, very diverse research areas from bioengineering to molecular bioscience to minerals, and also a number of health-related areas such as the Queensland Brain Institute. We have a lot of partnership with we call it QAFI, the QAAFI, Queensland Alliance for Agriculture and Food Innovation. So that's make us, number 1 in agriculture in Australia at the moment. And this is a bit of pictures from Gatton campus. So we have an operating farm on campus, including the dairy farms and a number of vet facilities. So we're located in the area called Lockyer Valley. So it's an agriculture region. It's a much smaller campus than our main campus, the one at St. Lucia. It's about an hour drive from Brisbane. And so just a little bit about our school. So we are quite multidisciplinary school. We have agribusiness, where all of us here are based in, and we also have agriculture science, animal science, food science, plant and crop science, and social science. So, and that also gives you a bit of idea that the complexity of issues that food systems are facing, and we do need to work in a multidisciplinary team. And in terms of study areas, so again, if you're kind of considering of postgraduate studies, we have agribusiness, Bachelor of Agribusiness, Master of Agribusiness, and you can also do PhD in agribusiness once you finish your master's. We also have Bachelor of Agriculture Science with 3 majors underneath the Bachelor of Agriculture Science: agronomy, horticulture, and animal science. We also have the food science as part of the Bachelor of Science program. So I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, and I'll start with, Mas Joko. If you can introduce yourself. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Listi. Thank you, Samora. Hi, guys. My name is Joko Sustio. I'm a lecturer in PKN STAN, as you see in the picture. And now I study with Dr. Listi to look at the fintechs in agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mas Joko. Next one is...
Thank you, Dr. Listi. Hi, everyone. My name is Kodrat Rinano. I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture, and currently I'm doing a PhD in agribusiness, and my research project is about the agricultural mechanization in sustainable agriculture system in Indonesia.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Risti. Hi, everyone. I'm Wiji Triwilujeng. I work at Badan Pusat Statistik (BPS). I'm now with Dr. Risti. Started last July 2023. My project is about food system resilience towards food price volatility in Indonesia. Thank you.
Hi everyone, selamat pagi. My name is Iqbal. I finished my master's degree from UQ last year in July and obtained my PhD like a day before my graduation. And now I'm in my 9th month of PhD, and my project is about carbon neutral agriculture in Indonesia. So we are very excited to discuss with you today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Arif. Actually, I'm working for National Food Agency, and at this moment, I am studying at PhD with focus on food loss intervention to support food security in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so thanks everyone. And again, you can see the different backgrounds that our team have. And again, that's what is needed to tackle these very complex food system challenges. So I'll start with the definition of food system resilience. And you probably heard about food system, and as a system, you would imagine that includes actors and also activities. So that you can see the definition there. Food system includes actors and activities in the food production until the consumption stage. So that relates, if you learn about the value chains, or as you can see, that relates not just the production side, but also all the actors and activities until the consumption stage. And the other thing, the food system definition is also related to the concept of sustainability. So what it means is that it's not just about economic, like in terms of productivity, but also the social and the environmental aspect of it. So you can find the definition from the FAO publication, and you can find from the reference list included on the slides that you can access, after this presentation. Then when we link this definition of food system to the resilience, and you can see in the second definition there, resilience is about the ability to prevent, resist, absorb, adapt, respond, and recover positively, efficiently, and effectively when facing a wide range of risk. So risk become an important element when we talk about resilience. And you can already sense like there are different ways to respond to risk, or what we're going to discuss later, shocks and stresses. So it's not only about adapting or absorbing, but it's also about preventing. And so when we connect between these two concepts, food systems and resilience, we can come up with that definition of what it means by food system resilience. So it's the capacity over time of a food system. So we already explained what food system is about. So food system resilience, again, is about the capacity over time. So I think that's the words that you probably want to put underline. The other important aspects of that definition is that it needs to be done at multiple levels. And we're going to come back to this point. So it needs to be addressed at the farm level, regional, national, and even at the global level. Because we cannot do work in silos. We cannot just, respond to shocks at the farm level, because sometimes we require some policy responses, for example, at the national and also global level. So, and the final outcome of when we adopt the food system resilience is that we're able to achieve food security. And if you're familiar with the definition of food security, it's about providing access to everyone to sufficient, nutritious food. So if you see the definition of food system resilience, the second part of it, that's about the definition of food security, which is the outcome when we build our food system resilience, that's what we can get out of it. All right. So food systems is complex. And it's about the capacity to respond to the different types of shocks and stresses. So this is a very nice graph, and I thank Iqbal for helping me with this one. But it's also very complex. Like maybe the first time you see this graph is like, where should we start with, right? On the left-hand side, there's some, like food security areas here. There's technology, there's politics, there's they also this part about the value chains, and there are some technology drivers and also environmental drivers. And I'd like to highlight this part, that's resilience. So, that put pressure on the food systems. So this again highlights what the definition that I pointed out before. We have to look at multiple levels from production up to consumption. And one of the final outcome of achieving food system resilience is about the food security. And you might be wondering what is the difference between shock and stressor. So shock, as you can see here, a sudden event that impacts the functions of a system and its components. So think about the COVID-19. So that's a shock. It's a sudden event, right? No one had a prediction about it. Although in the past we also had some global pandemic, although it might the scale might not be as significant as the COVID-19. While on the other hand, we have stressor. This is about a long-term trend. So again, shock is sudden, stressor is long-term. So an example is climate change, right? Everyone talk about it. And for us working in agriculture and food sector, we do need to consider, this long-term trend. And so now the question, so that's the what part. Now the question is the why, right? Why is it important to promote food system resilience? Number one is climate change. That's one of the main reasons why we need to improve our resilience. And there's a bit of statistics here, how extreme climate events can affect people in Africa and also Pakistan. There's a declining rice production and wheat production because of the rising temperatures. We've heard about all these discussions at the global level and also in Indonesia at the national level. The second reason why we need to improve the food system resilience is because of conflict. And there's a two-way relationship between food system resilience and conflict. Like if we don't take care of our food system, there's a food shortage that can trigger conflicts easily, like social conflicts. When people are hungry, they cannot fulfill their basic needs. That can create conflicts immediately. On the other way, this is also one of the discussion at the conference that I mentioned before in Canberra yesterday. When there's a conflict, for example, now the people in Gaza, for example, food access to food becomes one of the critical issue. Or the Ukraine and Russia war that can also increase the price because they two of the major producers of fertilizers and also some minerals, which are critical for agriculture sector. So again, two-way relationship, and that's why again it's important to promote food system resilience because of the potential link with conflict. And number three is economic slowdowns. So we've seen that when there's economic slowdown, there's increase in poverty, and people have difficulty to access the food because they simply don't have money, right? On the other hand, when there's a slowing down of the economy, that can also impact access to food because of the increasing price of food imports, or people losing jobs, and that as a result we can see some price inflation there. And the other reason why it's important to promote food system resilience because of natural disasters. So this is an example of a shock, a sudden event. In Queensland, we're quite prone to flood. So major floods including 2011 and also 2022, early 2022, when I just moved to Queensland, and earthquakes in New Zealand. And we've seen from the global statistics that the frequency of natural disasters continue to increase over time. So again, which highlight again the importance of increasing food system resilience. And number 5, which is the last one on this topic, is the unexpected shocks. We've experienced COVID-19, so before it happened, it was unexpected shock. And a lot of people thought that we might need to deal with another unexpected shock. And because it's unexpected, we don't know exactly how it looks like, why it happened, and so on. So people now continue to invest in like vaccine for communicable, like global diseases and all the sort of thing, like especially in the health areas. And we need to do the same thing for the agriculture. We need to invest in that. And because we've seen that these unexpected shock like pandemic that can that can result in for Australia, there's a labor shortage because the government decided to close the border. which then impact, there's a supply chain disruptions and people can't access food. And Indonesia also experienced the same thing when there's issues with the border restrictions, then there's limited access to input, and because all countries are engaged in this global supply chains, that what happened in one country that can also cause disruptions in another country. So this is just to support and to give you some data of the other reason why it's important to promote food system resilience is because there's increasing number of undernourished population in the world. And so you can see here, there's been a good trend, which is declining undernourishment. But since the COVID-19 in 2020, you can see an increase. From 580 millions in 2018, 2019, increased to more than 600 millions because of COVID, and that the trend continued to increase until 2022, when I think the last actual data on this graph is being used. So again, despite the continued increase of technology adoption, productivity, and so on, there's still this population, the global population, that still experience the undernourishment. And I mentioned this before, even when you look at the definition, the second part of the definition of food system resilience is about food security. So why it's important? Well, because if we do want to achieve food security and sustainable food systems, we need to improve this resilience. So just a bit of reminder, I'm sure everyone is familiar with this. Food security is a situation that exists when all people at all times have physical, social, economic access to sufficient and self-nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preference. So this is not just about having enough rice to eat, because that's only one source of carbohydrate, right? But this is about consuming food that meets our dietary needs, so including the micronutrients, which still become an issue, and also food preference, which in line with your cultural and also your personal preferences. And the sustainable food systems, again, that's about having that, economic, social, and environmental dimensions, because in addition to making sure that everyone has access to food, we do need to take care of the environment. Okay, and now we go to the how question, right? There are many different strategies to promote food system resilience, and I would like to encourage you to look at the reference that we put on this slide. So if we can classify into 5 types of strategies to promote food system resilience. Number 1 is called anticipation. So anticipate. So we need to do that before there's a shock or stressor. It's about managing risk. Number 2 is prevention. So that's about mitigation. So you probably have heard about climate, mitigation practices. This is about it. So try to mitigate the impacts of expected shocks. Absorption is to try to minimize the impact of shocks. So it's about ability to cope immediately. So that's absorption. Adaptation is to capacity to adapt strategies while maintaining the functioning of the system. And the last one, which is the most major one, is called transformation. That's about transforming the entire system. And I have to give credit to Mbak Wiji for highlighting that we don't always need to transform the food system. So it depends on what is the shocks or stresses or other factors that we have to respond to, because transformation can be costly. Sometimes it's not needed to transfer all the system entirely. So being very efficient and effective in terms of deciding which response that we need to give to a shock, that's very important. And another concept that might be useful here is called the ABCD of food system resilience building. So again, this is another classification of strategy. Number 1 is agency. It's about people, building the capacity of people. Buffering is about ensuring that we have resources to respond to shocks and stresses. connectivity is making sure that all the actors in the system are connected, coordinating their responses, which is also related to the limited resource that we have, hence the importance of having that coordination. And the last one is diversity, which can mean not only like we have to engage diverse stakeholders or actors, but also addressing the diverse, critical areas that food system might be related to. And food system diversification is critical to promote food system resilience. And again, by definition, it has to be done at multiple levels, as you can see here, from farm, even from field level on the left-hand side, farm, regional, and global. And we do have to do that across the different segments of the food supply chains. And there's some examples here, what can be done. But again, these are only examples. And what my colleague is going to explain later on, also more examples of the different strategies to address the food system resilience. I'm just going to be very quickly, just trying to relate to the regulatory framework in Indonesia. Policy, in a lot of cases, is important, although that's not the only effective way to make changes. So one of the main regulations is the food law that was issued in 2012. And Article 4, for example, it states what the goals of the food policy. It's about ensuring production, variety of food, sufficient levels, access, added value, ensuring the public have the knowledge, and also the welfare of farmers and fishermen and other business actors in the supply chains. And the last one is to develop the wealth of national food resources. If we do, in the regulation, if we adopt all these, then we will achieve the food security. And the food law also acknowledged some of the threats to food production. So some of these are shocks, some are stressors because they're long-term trends. And also you can also see from the food law, there's also mentioning about the national food reserve and what can it be used. And so food reserve is another critical factor, like when we want to address food system resilience. Okay, so I just want to give an example here. One of the work that we do, which involved Dr. Zaki from the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So this project is funded by Koneksi. So Koneksi is bilateral funding between Indonesia and Australian government. So the first Koneksi grant that we got last year in 2023, that was related to the Koneksi scheme on climate resilience. So we're looking at the peri-urban food system resilience through different approaches here, from building the smallholder value chain systems. Well, we map first before we build, and then we apply system dynamics, understanding the carbon footprint. We also build the capacity of early career researchers to do climate and system dynamics modeling, and then identify the nutritional assessment of green leafy vegetables and rice, because rice continues to play an important role in our diets. We engage stakeholders and we apply what is called as GETSI. GETSI stands for the Gender Equality, Disability, and Social Inclusion. So the impact that we're trying to create is we're working toward an inclusive and resilient peri-urban food system in Java. And we recently get the second Koneksi. We call it My Indah Daya. So I guess for Indonesians, Indah means beautiful. So we're going to develop an app that compiles the different information about nutrition, how to respond to climate change for farmers, and also doing some, supply chain analytics, pretty much following these commodities being transported between chains so that we understand what is the loss and what is the food waste. So as you can see, we adopt digital transformation into how we respond to or how we promote the food system resilience. And we also continue to adopt the stakeholder engagement and GETSI, the gender equality, disability, and social inclusion, as cross-cutting themes. And we aim to broaden our goal, not just to limit to peri-urban food system in Java, but we hope that the models that we develop, the approach that we apply here can be replicated not only in Indonesia, but actually in other countries. Because we adopt like what it's called the system thinking approach, looking at the issues from the lens of stakeholders. Okay, so I think, where's not? Okay, oh, it goes back. Just quickly, a different range of capacity building. Capacity building programs that we've done at our school, and I have to acknowledge leadership by our discipline lead, Professor Amar Abdulaziz, who's also leading the First Koneksi project, driving all this capacity building, because we aim to build the capacity of different stakeholders, from government officials, the industry players, on topics related to food system resilience, as you can see here. So I think I will stop there and I will hand over to Iqbal, who will then introduce our colleague and let them share their research. All is related to food system resilience. Okay.
Thank you, Borisli, for the presentations. So now we are going to present our respective PhD projects. So there are 5 of us now currently under the advisory of Dr. Risti, and we will start with Pak Joko.
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal.
Coming to me.
Thank you, Pak Iqbal. Hello, guys. I guess all of you have mobile banking, right?
Yes.
You know, this is one form of fintechs. And my topic is about developing financial technology or fintechs in for agriculture in Indonesia. As you know, financing smallholder farmers has been done by banks, using banks, and then cooperative, government loan. However, there are still many farmers haven't received these facilities. One possible reason is the conventional financial institution failed to design products that meet specific needs of farmers. And this could be an opportunity for agri-fintechs. However, if we see the agri-fintechs in the world, only $70 million for agri-fintechs, well below the $99 billion US. And in Indonesia, you see only 3.5% of fintech loans were distributed to agriculture. And then only 3 agri-fintech companies registered the FSA in 2023. And also there is an issue about high interest rate and also repayment period. And in addition, regulation in Indonesia didn't support the emergence of new agri-fintech companies. So because of its problem, which are the low uptake of fintechs and also the lack of effectiveness policy in Indonesia, my research problem is how can we improve the use of agri-fintechs to support inclusive and sustainable agricultural development in Indonesia. I have 4 research questions. The first one is about the determinant of agri-fintech development. I conducted a systematic literature review, as you see in the slide, and I found 107 studies in the review. And then in the research question 2, I want to know about the factor that influence Indonesian smallholder farmers' willingness to use agri-fintechs. I will do DCE, or it's a discrete choice experiment, to know about the factors. And then in the third research question, I want to know about the cost and benefit of using agri-fintechs from the perspective of farmers. I will calculate the net benefits from its cost and benefits from their perspective. And then the last question is about the policy option. I will look at the policy option and then assess the cost and benefit of this policy. Hopefully, from this research, we hope that the better of access credit, the higher agricultural production and ultimately to achieve food security, especially in Indonesia. Thank you, Iqbal.
Thank you, Pak Joko, for your presentations. And now we are having Pak Kodrat.
Yeah, thank you.
Time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Mas Iqbal. As Pak Joko mentioned, it's about the financing the agriculture. My research is about how to increase the production in Indonesia, especially for rice production. As you can see that in 2023, we have 278 million people in our population, and it is predicted that in 2050 we will reach about 320 million. And our production capacity for rice now is around 31.1 million. And recently our consumption is already exceeded the production, 35.8 million. That is why it's been a while that Indonesia is transforming its agricultural food system through modernizing agriculture. However, there's a question whether it's sustainable or not, and how does this impact the environment and the society, and how its effectiveness. That is why in our research, we would like to know more about the role of agricultural mechanization in supporting the agri-food system in Indonesia. So the first thing first is that we would like to see about the state of agricultural mechanization in Indonesia. And then second and third, to understand in a more comprehensive perspective, we would like to see the two sides, like supply side and demand side of this agricultural mechanization roles. So the first is about how is the business model running their services to farmers, and then how this business model will affect the farm performance, livelihood, and environmental impacts. And then with all this related stakeholder, we would like to develop an environment that promoting agriculture mechanization. So from this research, we hope that these relevant stakeholder will improve and maximize their roles in their sustainable agri-food system in Indonesia in order to achieve food security and other food sovereignty and other goals that the government already set up for Indonesia. Thank you, Mas.
Thank you, Pak Kodrat. Next, we have Bu Wiji.
Thank you, Iqbal. Our research is about food system resilience to mitigate food price volatility. So food inflation that happened recently around the globe and also happened in Indonesia, because it makes our food become less affordable. Food expenses to fulfill minimum calorie intake of Indonesian people has increased by 13% compared to 2021. So if this conditions continue, it will disrupt our poverty eradication in 2015. So food inflation in Indonesia is closely related to food price volatility. So when we see BPS when announce food inflation, so it is like dominated with food price in volatility. So this is a framework in our study. This is the aspect of food system adopted from HLPE framework. This aspect may interact together, resulting in global price volatility. In this study, our first concern is find the significant aspect that may impact our domestic prices, domestic food prices. And then in the second aspect, because stock-to-use ratio is important in mitigating global price volatility that may comes from imported commodities and also domestic production. But import activities may result in transmitting global volatility to domestic market producer, wholesaler, and also consumer. So our second concern is we understand the price transmission mechanism from global prices to domestic market. And then domestic production also important in the formation of stock-to-use ratio. and farmer is key actors in domestic production. So our resilience study is start from farmer perspective, how farmer adaptive capacity can face the price volatility stressor and then impact to their performance. We move up from farmer perspective to regional aspect. We also analyze regional resilience, the level of regional resilience in the province and how their association with price volatility. And lastly, we also use a system approach to understand and find the root causes of food price volatility. And we use system thinking and focus group discussion to find the option of policy that can mitigate food price volatility. So from all these steps, we expect we can deliver policy option to promote our food system to be more resilient to mitigate food price volatility. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Bu Wiji. And now it's over to myself. As you can see in my slide, if you pinch nature, it pinches you back. So here we are talking about the duality of agricultural sector. While we are talking about how agricultural sector is affected by greenhouse gas emissions, the climate change that Dr. Risi has discussed previously as one of the stressors, we have to also acknowledge that the agricultural sector itself emits greenhouse gas emissions, which again affect the climate change. And if you can see here the trend, there has been a steady increase in greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector. And specifically in Indonesia, it has been consistently in the top 5 emitters from 2017 to 2021. So here's the problem. If you want to create a resilient ecosystem, you have to start from the root. Like Pak Korat has talked about how we will achieve 320 million population in 2050, and how are we going to provide foods to our Indonesian people, to our future generation, if we do not start thinking about, the resilient ecosystem of our food system. So here, what I'm trying to do is to reconcile with Mother Nature by promoting the carbon neutral agriculture. So what is carbon neutral agriculture? Again, in the greenhouse gas emissions, we know that there are 3 major gases, right? Like we have carbon dioxide, we have methane, and also nitrous oxide. So what the carbon neutral agriculture does is it reduces the amount of greenhouse gas emissions from the agri-food system and then balance the remaining emissions through carbon offsets or carbon offsetting. So what we are trying to do here is how to make the emissions to become zero, like equal to zero. Emissions equal to its removals. And my focus in my research will be the smallholder farmers in Indonesia. Why? Because in Indonesia, majority of our farmers are the smallholder farming community. Like if you see the numbers, it will be different. For instance, from FAO, it talks about 93%, but from the BPS, it talks about 62%. Either way, the key point is we have a very big proportions of smallholder farmers in Indonesia. And my focus will be the rice field sector. So the preliminary finding of my research suggests that these smallholder farmers, our smallholder farmers, they do not have enough capacity to start the transition to carbon neutral agriculture because the FAO said that they have a very low income. Meanwhile, in the carbon neutral agriculture, you have to offset the remaining emissions, meaning that you have to pay a certain amount of money, you have to invest to offset your greenhouse gas emissions. Meanwhile, I believe that in Indonesia, our farmers are still struggling to make their ends meet, right? And, the next one is they have a very low educations and also, lack of educations. So what I'm trying to do with my research is to help the smallholder farmers to identify the barriers and also to see if there's an incentive for them to gradually move to carbon neutral agriculture. Because as we know, smallholder farmers are not always the focal point in this supply chain. We need to find that one. And that is what I'm trying to do here. We want to shift the smallholder farmers to carbon neutral agriculture, but we have to find each actor like in the system who can drive these innovations. And the final goal is, Indonesia is very committed to nationally determined contributions. Like by 2030, our government aims to achieve 43% of reductions, like conditionally, meaning that we have the aids from international development. So we will do our everything with all our resources to achieve this one. But what we are trying to do here is to promote and to raise awareness. So that is the major point of my research, and primarily to address the stressors, the climate change. So that's all. Thank you very much. And next we have Pak Arif.
Okay, thank you. The last but not least, in 2011, FAO released the data that almost 1/3 of the global food production was lost or wasted before reaching the consumer. And then in 2019, FAO provided the definition of food loss and food waste. Food loss happened during the production, storage, distribution, and also the packaging. Meanwhile, the food waste happens mostly at the consumer level and also at the marketing level due to consumer behavior. In the context of Indonesia, Bappenas released the data the last decade ago, around 115 until 180 kg per capita of food production in Indonesia has been lost or wasted. Moreover, Indonesia was claimed to be the second food waster among G20 countries in 2016. Food loss and waste in Indonesia seems to be paradoxical considering the data about the stunting and also prevalence of undernourishment. Moreover, in the future challenge, Indonesian population is predicted to grow to more than 300 million people by 2050. Meanwhile, in the production side, we still face some challenges. For example, the land conversion and also the smallholder farmers. More than 60% of Indonesian farmers are smallholder farmers, and also the climate change that before explained by Iqbal. In this situation, Indonesia has lack of the legislation, coordination, budget, and also the data about food loss and waste. Our focus now is only in the increasing food production without the considering how we can reduce food loss and waste along with the supply chains. So my research focus on improving food loss intervention to support food security in Indonesia. I have three focus. First, the macro level, meso level, and the micro level. At macro level, I would like to identify what is the current food loss intervention that have been implemented at global level. Maybe it can be adopted by Indonesia. At meso level, I would like to investigate existing food loss intervention practiced by Indonesian governments and actors in supply chains. At micro level, I want to assess what is the potential economic impact from adopting food loss by the farmers and also the food supply chain actors. And also, I want to implement the experiment in adopting food loss intervention in the real world settings. So back to you, Iqbal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Arif. So back to Resti to recap our presentation today.
Yeah. Before I give it back to the moderator, so yeah, just to highlight, what we've discussed, and I thank everyone here for presenting all very interesting topics and very important topics for building this food system resilience. We learned about the definition of food system resilience, and again, it's about the capacity over time of a food system, right? And the goal is about achieving that food security. And we also learned about the difference between shocks and stresses. Shock is a sudden event, while stressor is a long-term event. And sometimes it's a bit hard to differentiate, but at least, we know the difference, and then so that we can then determine, what is the best response to this either shocks or stresses. And you've also learned about the various strategies to promote food system resilience. As you can see, from the presentation, starting from technology adoption like fintech that can build the access to finance among farmers potentially, so that farmers can have that resources and adopt the practices that required to build their system resilience, and also about managing food loss, agriculture mechanization in a sustainable way, I would say, and adopting carbon neutral agriculture practices, and also managing price volatility. You might note that everyone here mentions about the different stakeholders. So it's very important when we build that strategies to address the food system resilience, we involve diverse stakeholders, and we definitely need to involve the smallholder farmers, because as Iqbal said, they comprise like a big proportion, if not the biggest proportion of stakeholders in the food sector, food and agriculture sector. Almost all colleagues here are adopting and looking at the issues from a systems approach. What it means is that we cannot just look a segment of the supply chain in silo. We cannot just look at the production without thinking of would the consumers be willing to pay for carbon neutral certification, for example. So we have to look at everything. And because of the complexity of food system issues, we need to apply, sorry for the typo, a transdisciplinary approach. We need to work with people from other disciplines. So thinking of the climate, nutrition, the agriculture experts need to be in the team to address the food system resilience. Always important to get good data, so the decisions that we make are well informed and based on good data. And finally, all that we try to do here in this group, and I hope this also give you some ideas about what you can do in your work area, in your study area, is that what we do here is try to promote this food system resilience so that we can achieve this inclusive and sustainable food system transformation. There's a lot of homework in Indonesia, and then we do need everyone contribution there, and also globally for those who are not coming from Indonesia. So with that, yeah, we finished this presentation, and yeah, we look forward to getting some questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I really appreciate, and we learned a lot. The first question, yeah, is from I don't Usu.
Sustainable agriculture. Well, I would say, like I have discussed before, in Indonesia currently, we are still focusing on the conventional farming, and there's a low awareness of our small farmers, I would say, especially the smallholder farmers, to be sustainable, because most of the time, to be sustainable, we have to, trade off with profitability. For instance, a research from Finland, they find that when you want to move to carbon neutral, you have to pay a certain amount of money. Like you have to, it will decrease your profitability for sure. And currently in Denmark, Denmark will be the first country to adopt carbon neutral agriculture. Like by 2030, they will apply the carbon tax. So I'm not sure if our farmers in Indonesia are keen to pay that certain amount of carbon tax to be carbon neutral or to be sustainable. So the thing here, especially with my research, is to build the awareness first. So I know that it's still too early for us to adopt that sustainable agriculture. Even in developed countries such as Australia, they always talk about net zero emissions, net zero agriculture and economy. Even those advanced countries, they are still doing trials and errors, like research and collaborations on how we address this sustainable agriculture. So our research here would be, I think, will be one of this first effort, especially for us, on how to address the issue. But so far, we see a good traction for this one, because in Indonesia, the Ministry of Agriculture is developing the grand design of low carbon and climate resilience. So the idea is there, but it's still under development and the trials and errors, but we definitely will see it maybe in 20 or 30 years.
Yes. Anyone want to add before we go to the next question?
Yeah.
Pak Kodrat, maybe?
Okay. Yes. Following to Mas Iqbal response. So, yeah, in terms of educating farmers in a more sustainable way in their practices. So the government also as other related stakeholder that has the capacity to educate farmers, like the example from private sector, for example, if they already implement some sustainable practices, they also collaborate with the government through the agriculture extension in a more expanding their pilot projects for the sustainable practices. But yeah, it's not easy for our government and also farmers to do that. So it's definitely a long learning. So practices that we need to do more and more and expand practices across Indonesia. Yeah.
And to add that to answer, so currently in Indonesia, 3 practices are under trials. The organic fertilizers and using compost, and also if you know Batamas, so it's like using the utilization of gas from livestock sector. So it's still under trial. So I think we see a good trajectory there.
Okay.
Is that answering your question, Mas Wahyu?
Okay. So I think we go to the next question.
Okay.
Dr. Arif.
Should we go to the second question?
Samura.
Samura? Sorry.
Yeah, Samura.
Yeah, should we go to the next question from Muhammad Nabil?
Nabil, yes.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Arif.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, I am not doctor yet now.
We'll see soon.
Yeah, it's good questions. I think based on the recent literature, we can group some groups. That's what is the strategies that we can implement to reduce post-harvest loss. For example, the technology innovation. We need the technology innovation to reduce food loss. For example, we need the storage, for example, the cold storage that it is suitable in the tropical area, for example, how we can reduce the perishable product, for example. But technology innovation is not only one that we can implement. Another one, for example, we can just to change the practice. For example, we need the good handling practices for the farmers. For example, we need to harvest the crop, for example, at the correct moment. At the major moment, we just cut the crop for harvesting, for example. That is also can reduce the food loss potential that will happen during the food supply chain. So another innovation is still important as the strategy to reduce food loss, particularly about the post-harvest loss, not only about the technology innovation, good practices, capacity building for the farmers, for the food supply actor is also important. But we need to the support from the government in terms of the policy innovation and also the financial innovation. So again, according to Dr. Risti, we need to collaborate. No one single solution for food loss. I think that's it.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I want to ask, in Africa, in Africa, yeah, I want to ask, in Africa, the problem now is we having is food distribution, and I want you to explain to me how like country like Australia, Indonesia, and Japan, convert those problems, find solutions to those problems.
In terms of food distribution problems?
Yes, food. general, we have like, what about food distributions? We have problems in food distributions. We have farmers, but how to distribute the foods to the production stage and then to the market? We have issues with those problems.
Ah, I get it.
Maybe we split into a couple of
Yeah. So I think here in Australia, so it's the supply chain of the agriculture is quite different. Coming from Indonesia when I moved here, so it's really a bit surprising for me. So in Indonesia, if you want to purchase vegetables, for example, so you go to like traditional markets. But here in Australia, so you go to Coles or Aldi or certain shopping center. So the way they do the supply chain is they have contract farming with the farmers. So it ensures the stability and supply of the produce. So in Australia, it will be difficult for you if you want to sell your produce directly to consumers, unless if it's like Sunday market or other options. But normally, you have to have that contract with certain companies like Coles, Aldi, and Woolworths. So it ensure the efficiency and also the stability of the supply. So coming back from my background, like in Indonesia, it's really difficult, to maintain the quality and also the food distribution. So I think that could be one, but the contract farming with the trader such as Coles and Aldi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. For being with us today.
Want to the answer?
Yeah.
So just quickly adding to that. Yep.
Yeah, adding to that, some of the factor also like comparing Australia to other developing countries like Indonesia and Africa, the infrastructure. So like road condition and also the use of modern technology like information technology, agtech. So it's also influenced the way we distribute in more efficient way in transporting our produce from farmers to consumers. So the infrastructure is one of the factors.
I think there's another question. Sorry, can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, we can
someone
hear
is asking beside the climate change, also asking about climate change.
Is that a question? It's a
I
comment,
also
I think,
did
right?
not. Yeah, some research also about food loss in Indonesia is due to the large amount of food import, so that farmers did not want to plant anymore. More beside the climate change also inflate it.
Yeah. I might. You okay? Yeah. I think there. I think yeah. Thanks for the comment. That's valid. Sometimes when the commodity can also be imported, so from imports, there's a bit of competition, right, between the imports and the domestic foods. So price become a critical incentive. So with that, can I suggest Mbak Wiji to respond to that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, our challenges recently because the data is important here because the policymaker here, when the policy about import come after the production data not match. So this is how government work to consolidate the data, production data, and also the needs. So if we can improve work on this, how can we can consolidate both needs data on food needs and also from production need. Yeah, it will. Yeah, no more the problem happen like this.
Because the food loss is when there's like excess supply of production. So having that, managing that risk is very important. And again, coming back to the concepts that we discussed about food system resilience, having that good data is important, and making sure that this and addressing that seasonality, so we can manage the supply to meet just sufficiently meet the demand, and with a bit of forecasting. Anyone want to change? Want to add?
Like as we talked before, like contract farming is really important. Like if we do that scheme, it will ensure that the supply and demand of the food. So I would suggest from the Australian perspective here with our system, our agricultural supply here. So I think the contract farming with traders or shop or certain companies would solve these problems, because in Indonesia again we don't have that kind of scheme.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. We really appreciate you all. To be in a nice, actually, we have a very good discussion with you and talking about this wonderful topic. I want to say we are very much grateful. We appreciate you all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
very
you
much.
so
Enjoy the rest of
Have
your
a good
summer
day.
course. See ya.
Okay. Selamat siang.
Thank you. Selamat siang.
Selamat siang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Okay.
wabarakatuh.
Off camera. Ke bawah langsung dimatiin aja.
Thank you all. To be, please bear with us. We are now going for a short break. We'll continue with the last topic in the next 1 hour. Thank you all.
Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru berumur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986. Pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode. Alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program studi agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi. Dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribusiness. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah, dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Isiratnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribusiness saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan 2 skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi ko-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribisnis, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6 dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan agribisnis. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atang Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini, yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami, sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo.
Welcome again for the last section of today's meeting for the second day of the summer school on the topic of tropical agribusiness. This for today. This will be the last topic that we'll be discussing on. The last topic for today is environmental impact on farmers' awareness in irrigation, rain farming, and rice farming from suitable agribusiness. And this is a very interesting topic. And this topic will be discussed by Dr. Zuhud Ozaki. Doctor, are you with us?
Hello, Samura. How are you?
I'm good. Are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay, let me introduce you. Dr. Zahud is a lecturer of the University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and the head of agribusiness. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Into this summer school on tropical agribusiness, and salawat and salam always go to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And then today, I'm very glad that I was invited to speak, to present to this summer school. And even though you already, maybe some of you already known me yesterday, when the opening ceremony was held, and then I gave the opening remark for this summer school on tropical agribusiness. But anyway, here I am the part of speakers who will deliver the topic regarding my focus of research. And here I would like to deliver the one of my research, because actually I do have several researches regarding the agricultural situation in Indonesia, especially in Java or in Yogyakarta. And here in this opportunity, I would like to present my research or my study regarding the environmental impact and farmers' awareness in irrigated and rain-fed rice farming for sustainable agriculture in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The content of my presentation will be divided into 4 parts, which is first is introduction, and then the research method, and then the results and discussion, and the last one is the conclusion. And for your information, actually, the material that I use for this presentation is the scientific paper that I already submitted to one of Scopus Index journal and then already accepted, and then now in Gali proofread, means in the copy edit process, and hopefully within this month or next month will be published. So actually this research is can be considered as a research that has a quite good quality because already reviewed by some independent reviewer from the journal. The journal itself that I already accepted is in the ranking quartile 3 of Scopus Index journal. And then for the introduction here, Indonesian people staple food is rice. Yeah, even majority Indonesian staple food or main food is rice. Therefore, the rice production or rice farming or agricultural practice mainly for developing the rice. And then here you can see through the right side of my presentation, you can see, even though it is in Bahasa Indonesia, but I can little bit explain. It is from the statistic of Indonesia. This is the land area and rice production of in Indonesia in 2023. Even though in 2023 the best season for rice production is in March, but we can see total for the land area to produce the rice in 2023 was 10.20 million hectare. It is very large, and for unfortunately, this total land area to produce rice in Indonesia still focus in Java Island or dominated in Java Island. So Java Island itself is quite has a big burden, not only to produce the rice to fulfill the people need, Indonesian people need, but also Java Island become the area that the most dense population in Indonesia, and then also become the central of economic, central of trade, central of politics, and now start from the beginning of current president, which is the president of Joko Widodo. He start to moving the capital city of Indonesia, the before in Jakarta, and now Indonesia through the President Joko Widodo moving the capital city to Ibu Kota Negara Ibu Kota Negara Baru or new capital city in Kalimantan, and in this month on 17 August will be in the Independence Day ceremony, and then this year Independence Day ceremony will be held in the IKN or new capital city of Indonesia. Why the government moved the capital city to Kalimantan? Because they want to move the burden in Java Island, and also for the make the development of infrastructure and etc. can be evenly distributed in all area of Indonesia. Okay, back to the rice production in Indonesia in 2023. The total production in 2023 is 53.63 million ton. It is written here is gabah kering giling, means it is rice with the husk. So this is not the rice that just need to be cooked, but it is the rice that still has husks. So it is need to be processed further, yeah. And then we can see that due to the high demand of rice consumption in Indonesia, so the farmers and the government always support the rice production in Indonesia. And then the agriculture itself, even though the agriculture practice is quite large area, not only for the rice, but also for the plantation, maybe, or maybe for the horticulture. But rice farming still become something that has a big contribution or big focus from the government and for the farmers itself. Therefore, maybe us, many of us think that the agricultural practice is not something that has quite big impact to the environment. But in the practical things, or maybe in the field, actually the agricultural practice has impact for the environment. And based on the research that we conducted, actually, even though the organic farming, they still have environmental impact. So actually, we can use like the software. It's called Sima Pro software. They can use this Sima Pro software to analyze the environmental impact from many things, not only from agriculture but also for the manufacture and some and so on. Therefore, here because the rice farming has the environmental impact, so I'm interested to know how the rice farming in Yogyakarta compare between the irrigated rice farming and rain-fed rice farming. How big the contribution to the environmental issue. And also, I'm interested to know how the farmers aware about the environmental impact from their agricultural practices for the sustainable agriculture, to support the sustainable agriculture. Because I mentioned about the irrigated and rain-fed rice farming. So in Indonesia itself, I think in the other area around the world also face the same thing, where for the rice production, they usually have two type of rice production. First, they rely on the irrigation water or irrigation channel to watering the rice farming. But in certain area, maybe they don't have the irrigation channel, irrigation water. Therefore, they only can depend to the rain water. So for this case, it is called rain-fed rice farming. So they only depend on the rainwater. Okay. Therefore, through this description or this explanation, in this study, I aim to analyze the environmental impact of irrigated and rain-fed rice farming system in Yogyakarta, as well as the farmers' awareness of the environmental consequences of their farming practices. Next, we will go for the research method. The research method first is about the location because I want to compare between the irrigated rice farming and rain-fed rice farming. So I choose two area that can represent the irrigated rice farming and also can represent the rain-fed rice farming. For the for the irrigated rice farming, we took the location from Sleman Regency and Bantul Regency of Yogyakarta. And for the rain-fed rice farming, we took the area from Gunung Kidul Regency. And then the basic method of this research was using the descriptive quantitative. So we use the data collection, which use the interview using questionnaire, and also to support the result or the finding, we also do the observation to see the condition of farmers and also their paddy field to know how they are practicing their agricultural practice, especially for the rice farming. And then the sample or the respondent for this research we use in Sleman Regency is 75 farmers, irrigated rice farmers, and also from the Bantul Regency we also collected 75 irrigated rice farmers. Total for the irrigated rice farmers is 150 farmers or respondent. And also for the rain-fed rice farmer, which we collect from Gunung Kidul Regency, we collect 100 rice farmers, rain-fed rice farmer. So total for the whole respondent that we interviewed during this study is 250 farmers that can represent the irrigated and rain-fed rice farmers. Next is about the analytical technique. So in this research, we use life cycle assessment approach using the software we call it SIMA Pro, and then this life cycle assessment itself can be used for analyzing the environmental impact of human activities from the beginning until the end of the cycle. And for the simple one, we use the SIMA Pro software, which the SIMA Pro software we can analyze the environmental impact of the rice farming activities. And then the next we will go for the research framework. This is the research framework that we use for this research. Actually, this research, I'm sorry, I need to, okay. The research framework, please kindly for the host to mute the participant. Okay, thank you. The research framework for this research, we can see from this graph where farmers has the environmental awareness or their talk, their response, or their knowledge regarding the environmental impact. Therefore, here we want to know the farmers' environmental awareness, where this awareness consists of 7 indicators. The 7 indicators consist of one is the knowledge of environmental impact, soil management, water management, the use of fertilizers and pesticides, conservation of diversity and habitat, and environmental education and support. And the last one is the future goal. Those indicator, we use the descriptive quantitative. So we use the questionnaire and using the score, Likert scale to know the each level or each category of each indicator. And then the next ones, through the farmers' environmental awareness, we also analyze the each process in their farming activity, rice farming activity, which consists of pre-planting, planting, harvesting, and post-harvesting. So in each activities, we want to know how much the input that they use, how many labor that they use, and etc. And then after that, we can calculate the environmental impact. So through this framework, we manage to make each of activity become some indicator, and then after that we can calculate the environmental impact after the data has been collected. And then for the environmental impact itself, we divide into the four categories or four indicators. First is the human health. Second one is the ecosystem quality, and then climate change, and also the resources that the farmers have. This is the research location. If you see from Indonesia, Indonesia itself has very big area, and then Yogyakarta is located in the bottom of Central Java. And then this is in the right side of picture, you can see the Yogyakarta map. And then for the data collection, we use the location from Sleman Regency, and then Bantul, and then Gunung Kidul. Gunung Kidul to represent the rainfed rice farming. Okay, before I continue to the research and discussion, here I would like to explain a little bit about life cycle assessment. Actually, the life cycle assessment in the past maybe was used to analyze the impact or environmental impact from the industrial activities or for the manufacture. So from the beginning, how the resources or the input flow to the processing, and then manufacturing, and then distribution, and then usage, and then the final cycle of the product. In each activity, they will know the material that they use, input that they use, how much the material that they use, and then after that, they can see and they can analyze the environmental impact. For example, if the manufacturer use the 1 liter gasoline, or they use the distribution from Jakarta to Yogyakarta, how much gasoline that they use, and then through the volume of the gasoline, they can convert it into the environmental impact. Same as the activities in agriculture. For example, if we use the fertilizer, how much fertilizer? For example, the urea fertilizer, or maybe NPK fertilizer, how much the NPK fertilizer was used in the agricultural practice, and then after that, they can analyze how much or how many the environmental impact which affected by the agricultural practice, especially from the fertilizer usage, something like that. So through this life cycle assessment, actually life cycle assessment must be done from the beginning until the end of life of the product. But unfortunately, due to the limited resources in my research, we only conducted from the pre-planting until post-harvest. And then we didn't catch, or we didn't analyze until the product to the consumer, because the consumer will take times and resources. So due to the limited resources, we only stop until the post-harvest activities. And then actually the life cycle assessment itself can be seen from the agribusiness subsystem, where the agricultural input and agricultural machinery, after that will go for the on farm, which is the cultivation, and then after the harvest period, we can go to for the yield handling and processing and distribution and marketing. After that, we also have the supporting activities. So this kind of subsystem can be used to analyze the life cycle assessment. So we want to know from the beginning until the product reach to the consumer. But unfortunately, due to the limited resources, we only conducted the research until the post-harvest period. And then results and discussion. The results and discussion here, we collected the wait. Okay. This is the farmer's characteristic that we use or we collected the data, and then we divided into two, which is first is for the rain-fed farmer's characteristic, and then the second one for the irrigated farmer's characteristic. And we see here for the rain-fed farmer's characteristic, and I want to little bit have a story of the rain-fed farmers in Gunung Kidul. So actually for the rain-fed farmers Gunung Kidul, for the end product of the rice farming, usually they consume by themselves because the quantity of the production is not so high. Therefore, they focus to consume by themselves. And then also for the farming activities, they do have a limited activities. For example, for the watering activities, they have a limited activities for the watering stage, because they only relied for the rain water only. And then for the variety of the crop or the crop type, they usually use the specific of crop type. So they choose, for example, we call it in Indonesia is padi koko or cocoa rice, and also the inparizing we call in Indonesia, because this kind of rice variety has a strong ability to survive with the limited water resources. So with the water system that only rely on the rainwater, therefore they choose to use the crop type that has a strong ability to survive from the limited water resources. And then for the irrigated farmers in Sleman Regency and Bantul Regency, they are for 1 year. Usually in some part they can produce once a year, and then the other part can produce 3 times a year. But for the rain-fed farmers in Gunung Kidul Regency, they only produce once a year. So because they will plant during the rainy season. Yeah. Okay, back to the results of my study for the rain-fed farmers characteristic. We saw for the age, majority in the age of 50 to 60 years old. And then why? Same with the irrigated farmers characteristic, where their majority around 52 to 67 years old. Why the category of age is different? Because we use the category formula, where we use the lowest age and then the highest age, and then we divide into the 5 categories. Therefore, the result is different. But the general finding, we see that the the age of farmers is more than 50, below 70. So this age based on Indonesian government category of age, the productivity of age, actually it is still productive age, but with the stamina and also the strength actually already decrease compared to those farmers that may be below 40 or maybe below 30. The farmers that still young enough for the farming activities we see here is not so many, because for the rain-fed farmers only 2 farmers, and then for the irrigated farmers only 9 farmers among 150 respondents. It's quite small, only 6%. Yeah. And then for the education itself, we see that in rain-fed farmers, it's quite the Gunung Kidul Regency itself is quite far from the central of Yogyakarta province, different from the irrigated farmers, where the location itself or the Sleman Regency and Batu Regency from the central of Yogyakarta is quite not too far, especially for the Sleman itself, because Sleman is near with the center of Jogja. Therefore, the condition of education in irrigated farmers, which is from Bantul and Sleman Regency, show quite high, which 49% of, 32% of farmers has high school, and then 26% is has primary school, or in Indonesia we call it the SMP, yeah. And then also next regarding the income itself for the rain-fed majority from 3 million to 7 million, it's not quite high because it is compared to the other area, it's not quite high, yeah. And then for the irrigated farmers has the lower average of income, which is for those farmers who has income less than 3.5 million on has 45%. Why the farmers itself has quite some, maybe for the rain-fed farmers has the higher income range, because in this analysis we also include maybe the other income sort that farmers use, yeah. And then for the land size, for the irrigated farmers or in Sleman and Bantul Regency, the size of land is only for 302 4,000 square meter with 70%. Compared to the rain-fed farmers in Gunung Kidul, the land size in Gunung Kidul itself is quite larger than in Sleman and Bantul, especially in Sleman because the Sleman population is high. It is categorized in high, and many people that want to get housing or settlement in the peri-urban area. Usually in Yogyakarta, they move to Sleman Regency compared to the Gunung Kidul Regency or maybe Kulon Progo Regency. It's quite far away from the central of Yogyakarta. And then next, we will go for the farmers' environmental awareness. Here we divided into two, yeah. We can see, yeah, the rain-fed farmers environmental awareness, it can be seen from the table, show that it has higher total of awareness compared to the irrigated farmers. From 5 point, yeah, 5 score, the total of rain-fed farmers environmental awareness is 4.30, when the irrigated farmers only 4.20. So it has higher for the rain-fed farmers. But if we see from each of indicators, we can see that Some indicators maybe we can see higher for the rain-fed farmers. Yeah, for example, the knowledge of environmental impact, the score 4.55 for the rain-fed farmers and 4.09 for the irrigated farmers. But meanwhile, for the water management, it shows from the data, yeah, the water management for the irrigated farmers has the higher score compared to the rain-fed farmers. Water management for the irrigated farmers has score 4.23, while for the rain-fed farmers only 3.72. Why? Because the irrigated farmers, they have to use the irrigation channel, so they must do the water management compared to the rain-fed farmers that only rely to rainwater. They cannot control the amount of water. They cannot control the timing of the water for the irrigation. Yeah. Therefore, the water management indicator only 3.72 compared to the water management for the irrigated farmers, and etc. I think it has a unique finding from this research. Yeah. Okay. Maybe the last one for this farmers environmental awareness, I want to show you for the future goal. So how they do have the vision regarding the environmental issue. The future goal for the rain-fed farmers, I think from this data, so higher score from the irrigated farmers in environmental awareness for the indicator of future goal with which has score for 4.22 compared to the rain-fed farmers 4.49. So I think this finding show that maybe in a certain indicator, it has higher for the rain-fed farmers, but in the certain indicator, the irrigated farmers leading, for example, the water management. And then here you can see here, this is the environmental impact that we already analyzed through the CIMA-Pro software. Actually, honestly, CIMA Pro software is very expensive. I already asked the agent or the trader or the shop of the CIMA Pro. One license for the CIMA Pro is in rupiah is around 60 million rupiah. Is very big money. Therefore, when we analyze here, we use the demo version. So maybe I'm sorry here, maybe the analysis is quite limited due to we only use the demo version. So it can only analyze 6 times or maybe somehow like that. So before we analyze, my team analyze this, we make sure that the data which input in the software is already fixed and then already correct, so we don't need to repeat it. Therefore, we could get this result. Through this diagram, you can see the red line. Yeah? The bigger or the thicker of the red line means the impact is bigger. So when you see from the top of the picture, which is the distribution until the impact, the last impact, we see that here the highest impact come from which input. Yeah. For the rainfall itself, the highest impact for the environment come from the fertilizer, especially for the N fertilizer, natrium fertilizer. Yeah, with having the 24.3 points, and then for the irrigated itself, irrigated rice farming, the highest impact of for the environment from the rice farming activities come from the fertilizer 2, which is from urea fertilizer. So from this diagram, we know that the impact from the agricultural practices, especially rice farming practice, is something that real, something that exists in our daily life or in the agricultural daily life. Therefore, we need to pay attention to that, and then maybe if possible shift to the organic rice farming. That will be better, even though maybe it's not for some people, so some farmers it's not the good option, because farmers usually focus on the income that they get. If they shift to the organic rice farming, usually maybe some people facing hurdle or challenge in the income, because maybe the production is quite lower than they use the conventional method using the chemical material and so on. Therefore, some farmers maybe don't have or maybe are not interested to shift the conventional farming to the organic rice farming. But when I visited in Sleman Regency, in Ngagle, yeah, the area, one of area in Sleman Regency, we call it Ngagle, and then I found the farmers group that they practicing organic rice farming, and then they told me the result of production of organic rice farming has higher production quantity compared to the compared to the conventional rice farming. Therefore, I think this kind of finding show that the good opportunity for the organic rice farming to be continued. But for the organic rice farming, they face the challenge uh, where when the farmers sell their organic rice, they usually, some of farmers sell to the common trader or common middleman. So for the trader itself, when they buy rice from the farmers, they usually give a same price, even though the rice is organic rice. But if farmers want to get the higher price of organic rice, farmers need to sell the rice to the special trader who sell the organic rice. Therefore, the farmers group role or contribution for the organic rice farming is important here. And then I found in Ngagle area of Sleman, their farmers group play important role to absorb or to buy the organic rice from farmers, and then with the better price, and then sell it with their own brand in order to they can get a higher price when they have brand, good packaging, and so on. The last one is about the conclusion of this research, and we found that maybe regarding the environmental impact, I think we do agree that in each human activity will affect to the environmental issue, uh, even though the environmental issue that has effect or maybe affected by human activities may be quite small, but still and human activities has effect for the environmental issue, and also for the, especially for the agricultural practice effect to the environmental issue. Here in this research, we found that the rain-fed and irrigated rice farming maybe has two different effect for the environmental issue, but both has environmental issue or effect to environmental issue. And then the rice farmers awareness toward the environmental issue also. Maybe in this research show a good category, but I think it is better to be facilitated or to be motivated in order to we together to keep or to sustain the environmental, to sustain the environment. So not only we rely to the government or maybe the related stakeholder, but we here play a part for the environmental sustainability. And this is the paper that I use for the material for this presentation. So here I collaborate with my colleague from University Technical Malaysia Melaka and also from the BRIN, National Research and Innovation Agency, and also my colleague in UMY, and also we thank to some of my students who helped this research, which is Pramanda, Tiara, and Erida, to collect the data and to analyze, help me analyze the data. We thanks to you all, or maybe for the partner that have a contribution for this research. And then the journal that I already submitted this is the International Journal of Design and Nature and Ecodynamics. And in Scopus, it is having ranking in quarter 3 with the SGR 2023 is 0.25. I think that's all my presentation, Samora. Thank you.
Snapshot. Can you please sit and let us take a snapshot, please? Doctor?
Hello, yes?
Yeah, I say, can you please sit and let us take a snapshot because it's now time for snapshot.
Okay.
Photo.
Yes, yes. I already opened my camera.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
This is a very good research and it is a very good documentary. We learned a lot. We want to, I think we have someone here for question, who ask question. This person is asking, how did government policy influence the sustainable agricultural practices among irrigation and rainfall?
Shall I answer directly?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question from Fahmi Al-Qudsi. How do the government policies influence the sustainable agricultural practice among irrigated and rainfed?
Yes.
Actually, the government policies has a big impact for the sustainable agriculture. For example, the irrigation one. Bantul and Sleman is not the hill or high land, but it's in the lowland. Therefore, the irrigation channel is quite well developed. But for the Gunung Kidul itself, is the area that we can categorize in the highland. Therefore, the irrigation is quite challenging there. So I think it is one of the reason that the government maybe not build the irrigation channel there yet, gitu ya. But the government policy itself for the Gunung Kidul rice farming, they try to develop the good crop type or rice crop type or rice variety. For example, the in Parising is the one type of rice that planted um, many farmers planted in the Gunung Kidul area. They use the in Parising. First is it has the ability to survive for the limited water resources, and the second one it has the zinc material to support the nutrient for the farmers family. So it is one of the policy or the contribution of government for the Gunung Kidul Regency farmers, which is many farmers in Gunung Kidul are rain-fed farmers. And then for the irrigated one, for those area maybe is for area that maybe the irrigation channel can be built well. So usually government has the policy to build there. And then in each year, government always propose the fund to the central government or maybe the province government or maybe the regional government to support the agricultural development through build the irrigation channel. But unfortunately, maybe uh, many aspect or many sector that need to be built. So maybe the portion or the volume for the irrigation channel to be built has a limited portion. Yeah, I think that's all my answer, Samora.
Okay, Doctor. I also want to ask, how do you say human activities towards agricultural sectors in terms of climate change, especially talking about rainfall?
Especially about what, Samora? Sorry.
Human activity in the sector of agriculture, especially in the time of rainfall.
Rain?
Yeah, rainfall. Human activity disturbing agricultural activities like rainfall.
Yeah. Climate change itself, actually, this when I was studying my PhD in Gifu University, Japan, I my study was about the climate change, and then we have conducted the research regarding the climate change, and we built uh, the pond reservoir in the middle of paddy field to collect the rainwater and then use it for the rice farming. It is one kind of activity that farmers can do to adapt the condition of climate change, where the effect of climate change, one of effect of the climate change is uh, the uneven of rainfall activity, and then maybe in the dry season longer than before, and then the maybe heavy rain, and maybe the increase of pest frequency, something like that. The human activity itself, yeah, first can do the adaptation, because the climate change itself, maybe it is difficult for one only farmers to do the adaptation. So they need to have a collective activity, collective action to adapt. Yeah, for example, for the government, maybe they can build the big reservoir to help the rice farming, water watering and so on, and maybe in the education. And in Java, they do have the traditional calendar to know the condition of climate. It is called Pranoto Mongso. It is we call it the local wisdom regarding the climate change adaptation. They use Pranoto Mongso traditional calendar. It is also the human activities to face the climate change, like that, Samara.
Okay. There's a question here asking what the roles that farmers awareness playing in promoting suitable agricultural practice in this system in those systems.
Okay, thank you, Rahman from UMY. What role does farmers awareness play in promoting sustainable agriculture practice in this system? So when the awareness of farmers is high, so they will conduct the activity that support the sustainable agriculture. For example, the awareness of farmers regarding the use of chemical material in their rice farming is high, so they will not use the chemical material. So they will collectively support the environmental issue. They will not affect. They will not give the harm materials to the land, to the rice itself. Yeah, if the awareness is high, but if the awareness is low, so they will not to think about using chemical material for the fertilizer or maybe for the pesticide. They're focusing only to have the high income, yeah, the high income. Therefore, uh, they will not think about the environmental impact from their rice farming. So the environment will become worse or the environmental become sick. They don't think about that. They only think about their income. This is when the awareness is low. Therefore, to support the agriculture, sustainable agriculture practice, the farmers awareness need to be raised or to be increased through the training, through the education, and maybe the example from the other farmers, something like that, Samara.
Okay. I also want to ask, what are some of the policies that you want governments to implement in order to control climate? Doctor?
Yes, sorry, Samara. Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Yeah, I say because in this topic is also involved in climate change. So I'm asking, what are some of the policy that you want governments to implement in order to control climate change?
Okay, thank you. Regarding the climate change itself, because to stop the climate change effect is quite not a short-term activity. It is a long-term activity, but government can issue the regulation to increase the awareness for people to not make the climate change become worse. For example, in using or maybe in the industrial development need to be taught about the environmental impact regarding the green gas effect, yeah, or glass effect, yeah, for the environment, to where this greenhouse effect from the human activity to the nature or to the climate change make the global or the world become warmer. Yeah, so any activity related or any activity that can increase the greenhouse effect of the human activities need to be reduced, such as the using of the uh, fossil fuel, the maybe extensive of fossil fuel or maybe over usage of fossil fuel, and then the other activity that for example cutting the forest, because the forest itself can produce oxygen for us and then can keep the environment become health. So I do have friends that work in the forestry industry, and then he told me about the carbon trade policy. I think this is one of the government policy to support the gases, greenhouse effect, yeah, for the climate change, where when the industry or manufacture industry have built something in the certain area, and then it will estimate it how much carbon that will be produced but by that industry or by that company, and then in exchange this company need to buy the carbon from the forestry company. For example, this company will produce around 1 ton carbon, for example. So this company need to pay to the forestry industry the large area of trees, how much trees that can be used to absorb the 1 ton of carbon. So the industry or manufacturer company need to pay the forestry company in order to, in exchange for 1 ton of carbon. So this is the carbon trade policy. I think this is in Indonesia itself. I think it is not so long ago been applied here, but been implemented here. But it is quite a progress for Indonesia to support the climate change effect. I think that's all my answer, Tamara.
Okay, this is also another question. Uh, in this sectors of environment, what is the method have you put in place for farmers in order to make them to live a healthy life, their survival in their community, so that they will not come to these urban places, they will always be in the rural areas and working towards their agricultural sectors. Some of the developmental ideas you have put in place for farmers, for their well-being, farmers' well-being.
What we can do, yeah? No. What we can do? What do you mean?
What you want government to put in place, because we are talking about environment. Some of the
Yeah, yeah.
environment, yes, some of the environmental well-being that you want government to put in place for the farmers.
Yeah, maybe government can promote about the organic farming. Therefore, the impact of for the environment is not quite high, but it is impossible to shift all of the conventional rice farming in the one-time shift to the organic rice farming. It is quite dangerous. It is maybe in environmental issue is good, but for the food security issue, it is not so good enough. We can take the example from Sri Lanka. If I'm not mistaken, in Sri Lanka itself, they apply for the organic rice farming. For those who don't apply the organic rice farming, they will be having the punishment from the government. So all of rice farming need to apply the organic rice farming. But due to this policy, the production of rice in Sri Lanka decreased drastically, significantly. Therefore, the food security in Sri Lanka face a scarcity or face a problem regarding the availability of food. Therefore, the environmental issue concern from the government is good, but also it is maybe we can see the multi-dimensional issue. Therefore, any policy or any regulation to support the environmental issue need to consider the other thing that may be affected by that regulation or policy. That's all from me, Samara.
Okay. I want to say thank you for being with us. Uh, you know, discussing and explaining to us some of these environmental factors in affecting the agricultural sectors. We are very much grateful. I also want to personally say thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this summer school
Yeah,
20,
you're welcome, Samara.
2024. I am really, really grateful. Uh, it was like a good opportunity for me to make. It's like this is the first assignment for me for my department, and which I can't say no to. I want to personally say thank you, and the committee also to give me the opportunity. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. to this last session of today's meeting. I want to thank each and every one of you, and I want to thank the committee of the summer school. At this point in time, once again, I am Mohamed Kisamwa from Sierra Leone, West Africa. At this point in time, I would like to hand over the mic again to the moderator of this program. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks to the moderator who curated today's event. Thanks to the speaker who provide the best material and very useful knowledge. May all of you get the things coming from the material itself. The next agenda is assignment information. Today's assignment is to make a mind map, one of the speakers you like, and upload it to Google Classroom. And that is enough for assignment information, so don't forget to do the assignments. Okay, the last agenda is closing. That's all for today. Thank you and apologies profusely. We have any words that we missing to the audience here. Let's use close the second day of summer school on Tropical Agribusiness 2024 by saying Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirobbilalamin. See you tomorrow in last day summer school. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.